Yes, I can.
Great, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great, I vote yes, and we're back. So let's go to a string of 3 variations. Calendar number 428-21-Z, 429-21-Z, and 430-21-Z, all at 5216 North Lincoln Avenue into Farragut cross section. This is Counselor Rolando Acosta. So Rolando, let us know when you're here.
I am here, Mr. Chairman, and I hoping my 2 witnesses, Igor Mission and John Hanna, are also here. I've alerted them; they were aware of the time.
And I did see Igor on. Yeah, Igor's on. So, and John Hanna's on. We've got
Okay,
a
beautiful.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Igor. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the app on these 3 matters. The matters involve a 14,500 square foot parcel of land. It's currently improved with a longtime vacant shopping center. It's at the southwest corner of Farragut and Lincoln Avenue. We have spent better part of a year, starting from last August, working with the community and the aldermen. That all led to some input from the community. We had community meetings via Zoom due to COVID. But then it was further commentary came into the alderman's office. And as a result of that, we made 3 changes to what is proposed to be a 5-story, 40-unit residential building with ground floor commercial, ground floor artist live workspace with 24 parking spaces. This is a transit-oriented location to the Western Avenue bus line, which would then lead you to the Armitage Avenue Brown Line CTA station. As I said, the proposal is a 5-story building, 14 units, 24 parking spaces. The community wanted us to hold this to a 5-story building in the zoning district that we ultimately secured through a type 1 rezoning approved in February of this year. You could actually build 75 feet in height. So that would be 6 stories plus. We are actually at 5 stories with a 60-foot height per the community's wishes. That required us to shrink this building and sort of widen it, triggering a setback variation, which is one of our 3 requests, to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 3 feet. The rear setback in this case is the southern portion of the property, so it's a southern property line. It would be adjacent to another 1-story shopping center that is currently in operation at Lincoln and Foster. 2 other requests from the community. We had originally proposed 20 parking spaces for the 40 units. They requested that we increase the parking spaces. That caused a reconfiguration of the garage. We do have a loading berth However, when the department reviewed the loading berth, given the angled nature of the property lines here, because Lincoln bends as does the alley, they determined that the loading berth didn't have sufficient access via the alley, although it's a 16-foot alley, to qualify. So while we have a berth, it's 10 by 25 with the 14 feet clear, it technically doesn't count. So that has triggered a second variation that's before you to reduce the one required loading berth to 0. The last was really driven by the community request for Lincoln Avenue, which has a series of vacancies on it from the retail perspective. And so they requested that we provide commercial space at the hard corner of Lincoln and Farragut. This is a B23, so we could have residential throughout, but they requested commercial space. But then I'll call them inline or southern 2 spaces, that those be developed as artist work live space to assure that they are occupied with active uses as opposed to being more vacant retail on the street. The result of adding those 2 live work spaces on the ground floor is that our commercial area is then reduced from the required 2,900 square feet approximately of commercial space to about 2,350 square feet. Mind you, each one of these artist work live spaces is 800 feet in size, so together we would more than exceed the requirement if they were commercial. That is the third request before you, to reduce the commercial area accordingly. This project will contain 4 affordable on-site units in the residential components. We've also committed to the community and the aldermen that the live workspaces will be rented at affordable rates, which are nominally set to match those that would be to the corresponding residential affordable units. That way, not only do we provide active at-grade retail space, but we also make sure that we help the artists in the neighborhood. The community is attempting to make this portion of Lincoln Avenue kind of art focused throughout. We have 2 witnesses before you who have submitted affidavits summarizing their testimony. Included in our exhibits are pro formas that show that with the variation, the rate of return here would be 9.7%, slightly below 10%. Without the variations, the rate of return here would be 2.7%, which I believe you could all understand is not really a bankable or viable rate of return. With that, I'd like to move to our 3 witnesses and get them sworn in and to attest to their affidavits. Let's start with Igor Mission.
Here,
Igor, can you please state your name and address?
Igor Mission, 5216 North Lincoln Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60625.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
And then John Hanna, the project architect.
John, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois. Licensed architect, state of Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to start with Igor. Igor, you are the manager for the applicant.
Yes,
And in connection with that, prepared an affidavit which you verified and signed, and we submitted to the board that would summarizes your testimony with respect to each of the variations requested here. Is that
that's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
If you were to testify, would your testimony today be consistent with what is stated in those affidavits?
Yes,
Thank you. John,
Yep,
you are the architect for this project.
that is correct.
And similarly, we prepared an affidavit which you verified that would summarize your testimony in today's hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements in those affidavits?
It would.
Mr. Chairman, we've had significant community input. We really have no opposition to this. So I'd rather focus in the interest of time on any questions that the board may have.
Okay. Questions from the board? Hey, Rolando, can you give us, you mentioned it just a little bit. It was rezoned within the past year, right?
It was rezoned as a type 1 with these precise drawings in February of 2021.
Okay. And then, so it looks like, so even with the elimination of the loading berth, there appears to be some loading capabilities.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Two things to note about loading. This will be an apartment building, so all loading activity will be scheduled because of the need to use the elevators to access the upper floors. So by that, we control the flow. There's actually a functional loading berth on site that will be part of this project from our perspective. It's just if you have a larger vehicle, it's a bit tight in that alley to get to that loading berth. In addition, we can also use the garage if necessary to pull in vehicles, given as move-ins and move-outs occur, there'll be some vacant parking spaces there.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, sounds like we have everything we need in the findings of fact in here. So thanks everyone for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, going now to calendar number 431-21-Z. And I believe this is Jimena Castro as counsel.
Hi,
Hey there.
thank you so much for having me on. I did ask Victor Reza, the architect for this project is currently on an airplane flight, and he will
That's
be,
right. We have
Yes.
this one on record, so this is last.
yes, please.
He is in the air. That's right. Sorry, this was already had been determined, so we'll move ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so let's go to calendar number 433-21-S, 434-21-S, and 435-21-S. As everyone gets situated, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
This is Nancy Razovich. We
Hey,
are
Nancy.
still working on the recommendation.
I was gonna say, I was
Um,
searching for it. Okay.
And I hadn't realized this was going to come up so quickly. So I've been in contact with the attorney, Nick Fatikas. I was just emailing back and forth with him. So I'm hopeful he will be amenable to pushing this back as we try to finalize our final recommendation language.
Okay, Nick, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so can you quick respond to that, just because we've got to get a recommendation?
Oh, I mean, if the city needs to provide the recommendation, we'll work with them. So we provided the information that was requested. I believe we're still waiting for some additional edits, whatever the chair wants, we'll do.
Great. Okay, so let's move this. Let's move this to the end of the call, because
Actually, Chair, I'm sorry. Our traffic consultant, Mr. Michael Worthman, is scheduled to be out of the office at 5 o'clock. If there's any way that maybe we could put it on hold until the recommendation letter is finalized, and then I just don't want to lose one of my witnesses and risk a continuance.
and that's fine, Nick. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure, see if we could skip continuing it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. The one other thing that we're waiting for is Nick was going to get us a final complete set of plans with today's plan date. So I need those two.
Okay,
So our architect's working on that as we speak.
so does it make sense to everyone here to continue it? We can continue this one month.
No, Chair, we actually are up against, we have a number of financing deadlines. Anything that we can do to allow this to go forward today We're trying to resolve some of the open items. I was on the line with Commissioner Murphy earlier today. I believe we have a general scope agreed upon. I can't risk
Sure.
losing the date.
Yeah, and I hear you, but I also hear that there's a 5 p.m. deadline. So like, I'm trying to figure out, it's like a puzzle. So I guess what I would say is everyone just keep me posted if everything can get sorted out in the next 2 hours. Or else I'm happy to put you at the end of the call, but it sounds like there's people not available. So we're gonna move forward with our agenda. We'll wait to see if we get recommendations in the next 2 hours, okay? Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna go now to calendar number 436-21-S. Okay, I'm gonna read the department's recommendation really quick. So for 436-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Okay, go right ahead, Counselor.
Thank you again. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Star Quality Hair LLC. The applicant has a lease for the grade level tenant space at the subject property, again at 4755 South Ashland Avenue. And the applicant is proposing to establish a hair and beauty salon within that space. In order to do so, we're seeking a special use because there's at least one other licensed personal service use within 1,000 feet of our establishment. I have 2 witnesses testifying on behalf of the applicant. This is Shaniqua Smith and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. Shaniqua's on, and I see Joe as well. Chair, if you want to swear in both witnesses, I can proceed to question.
Great. Ms. Smith, will you please state your name and address?
Shaniqua Smith, 4755 South Ashland.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Joe Ryan has been sworn in and his
Yes,
expertise
Chair.
has been acknowledged.
Shaniqua, you're the managing member of the applicant, Star Quality Hair LLC, is that right?
Yes.
And as I stated in my introduction, you're proposing to locate a personal service use within the retail space at the subject property. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, and you're proposing to locate a personal service use at the subject property. Is that right?
Yes.
And the services you intend to provide are hair cutting, washing, styling, braiding, extensions, and then waxing and facial treatments. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have submitted a witness statement. I'm sorry, my office has submitted a witness statement on your behalf in this case.
Yes.
If you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe, you were assigned to produce the MAI report speaking to the standards for special use approval in this case.
That's correct.
You inspected the subject area, is that right?
That's correct.
And briefly, you believe that all of the standards are being met with respect to special use approval?
Yes, I examined each of the standards and found no problem with compliance.
Joe, it's your understanding that my office filed the written report you prepared with the zoning board?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statement you provided. Is that right?
yes.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members might have.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, can you just tell us a little bit more about your experience in the hair industry?
Well, I've been doing hair for over 15 years. I graduated from Dunbar Vocational Career Academy where I took cosmetology courses. After that, I went to Mario Tricosi Beauty Culture School where I graduated with my cosmetology license. Moving forward after that, I worked at 900 North Michigan and Mario Tricosi's hair salon. After that, I went into being an independent contractor and then I hit the pandemic and I decided to just go for it and just be my own boss.
That's great. And can you remind me too, how many people do you intend to employ right away?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. How many people do you intend to employ right away?
Right away, I'm looking to employ four people.
Chairman, to follow up on that point, our witness statements also speak. We have room for up to 8 stylists. So as the business grows, we'd love to be able to hire additional, but at least initially 3 to 4 is what we're projecting or planning on.
Great. Okay, any other questions from the board? Hey, Ms. Smith, I think that's all we've got for you today. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, we are now going to go to calendar number 439-21-Z. At 933-35 North Orleans. Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, I Development Incorporation. The applicant owns the subject property at 933 through 935 North Orleans. The subject site consists of a standard, substandard zoning lot that measures 47 feet wide by only 100 feet deep. And today, as you can see from the photograph, it's currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the subject property with a new 4-story, 9-unit residential building. This is a transit-served location, and the building will be supported by 5 off-street parking spaces that will be located at the rear of the lot. In order to permit our development, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback for floors containing residential units from 30 feet to 20.25 feet. I have 2 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ihor Shvetsov, and our project architect, Mr. Alan Leskiv. And Ihor and Alan, I believe, are both on the call.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can get him sworn in.
My name is Alan Leskiv. I am licensed architect with Leader Architects located 1701 South First Avenue, Maywood, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Leskiv. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And then Mr. Shvetsov, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Can you state your name and address as well?
Ihor Shvetsov, 836 North Damon, Chicago, 60622.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ihor, again, you're the president of the applicant, I Development, Inc.
Yes,
And you're proposing to develop the subject property with a new 4-story, 9-unit residential building. Is that right?
yes, that's right.
And provided the board approves the zoning change, the setback reduction, your plan is to develop the building and then sell the units as condominium units. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And is it true that as part of this process, we worked with both the Near North Unity Program and Alderman Burnett's office on a zoning change to permit the specific design?
Yes,
And again, the NNUP and Alderman supported a type 1 zoning change at City Council a little bit about a year ago. Is that right?
yeah, that's right.
And you're not aware of any change in position from either NNUP or the Alderman, correct?
Yes,
And it's true that you provided the zoning board with an economic summary detailing your projected costs and projected return rates. Is that right?
yeah, that's right.
And is it also your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Thank you. If I can call Alan.
Yes,
Alan, you designed the building program for the proposed 4-story, 9-unit development at the subject property. Is that right?
yes, I did.
And it's your professional opinion that the substandard lot depth dimension of 100 feet is the specific hardship in this case. Is that right?
Yes, because
Still, it's your professional, I'm sorry?
yes, because it's short. It's
Right, it's a substandard dimension, correct?
yes,
Still, though, it's your professional opinion that the resulting building will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring buildings on the east side of Orleans Street. Is that right?
yes, that's right.
And more specifically, the rear of our proposed building will align with the rears of both immediate adjacent buildings, correct?
Yes, to neighboring.
And Alan, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, I will.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the project.
Great, thanks, everyone. Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got what we need here, and we'll take this under consideration.
Great.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I am now going to call calendar numbers 440-21-Z and 441-21-Z at 1138 West Belmont.
Good afternoon.
Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Do we have Michael Schwartz and Alderman Tunney wanted to sign in, and a architect, Victor DePrazio.
Great. Let's see.
Chairman, I don't see Michael Schwartz unless he's named differently. If he can raise his hand if he's here.
Alderman Tunney's here.
Hey there, Alderman.
Hello.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, how about if we do my next case and we come right back, because I just did talk to Schwartz a few minutes ago and he was parking his car or something, so he should be
Okay.
here any
Yeah,
second.
and Counselor, really quick, so I know there's some background about someone who just received a postcard yesterday and not necessarily objecting, but has some concerns and questions. So I wanted to bring up the opportunity of you speaking with that person offline and trying to clear anything up prior to hearing it. But I don't know if you've talked to anyone already.
Well, no, I just heard about it from Victor. I did not, however, get a phone number or whatever. I can call Victor and get that. Try, we had multiple community meetings, but, I'm glad to try to explain whatever any person's questions are.
Great. Yeah, we like that. So how about
Chairman, sorry,
Yeah.
Michael Schwartz is here now also. Just wanted to.
Okay. Yep. Thanks, Kamal. So I know you've got another matter right now,
Yes.
Tom. So we'll of course hear that one, but then Victor or someone from staff will send the phone number, and hopefully you guys can connect pretty quickly, or else we'll just do it on the call. But I prefer that you connect quickly because we like to make sure everyone.
Sure. And then, so that Alderman Tunney doesn't have to, would you consider hearing him now, or do you want to wait, or what?
I'd prefer to wait.
Okay.
Alderman, is there any reason you can't do that?
I'm in a Cook County Democratic Party slating session, but if I get texted and I remember the passcode, I'll be back on. So,
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your flexibility here. We just want to make sure.
anticipating what, 15 or 20 minutes? Is that what you're saying?
Hard to say on time, but what we'll do is Tom will go with his next case. Then we'll go to the next one that's not Tom, so that Tom can speak to the person, then we'll circle back to Tom. So if I was a betting.
Yeah, probably
person,
about,
30.
yeah.
And we'll make sure to reach out to you, and thanks for the
Okay.
flexibility. We just want to make sure everyone's concerns are fleshed out.
Right, just have Mr. Moore just text me. Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks, Alderman. Okay, so with that, Counselor, we're gonna go to 442-21-Z and 443-21-Z. And these are on Grace and Pine Grove.
Yes, so hopefully now I have the architect, Chris Darcy, and the client, Dave Gassman.
Yep, I see Chris. And let's see, I'm just looking for the applicant, David Gassman.
He's been in and out all day, but he's not here right now.
I just talked to him 10 minutes ago. He said he was on or getting on or.
Yeah, this seems to be our afternoon curse.
Well, I'm sorry. I've been here.
Yeah.
Here's him on the phone. Here, yeah, they're looking for you. Mr. Chairman, he's on this. He says he's here on the screen. What's your email? DLG? DLG@DLS.net. He says he can hear us.
I wonder if he's viewing but not signed in.
He might be watching the live stream.
Are you watching a live stream or did you click? He says he checked into Zoom. You want to go out and do it again, come back?
That'd be good because I don't see him.
No, just go out and then re-click and come right back in.
Is he under the name Marni, M-A-R-N-I, by any chance?
No, his email is DLG.
No, I can't see the emails. I only see the names.
Oh, well, his name is Dave Gassman. I don't know.
Yeah, unless he signed in a different name.
Are you under name Marnie? Yes, that's him. Marnie is him. Yes. That's his secretary. Yes. The name Marnie. Yeah.
I am promoting him.
So they're putting you in. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Hey, thanks, Kamel. That's good detective work.
Mr. Gassman, you have to click on accept to be promoted as panelist. So you see the prompt that comes up, you have to say accept. Okay, I just allowed him to speak from as an attendee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing in Mr. Gassman and Mr. Darcy?
Yeah, sure thing. So, Mr. Gassman, will you please state your name and address?
David Gassman, 3210 North Halsted, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And then Christopher Dessy, please state your name and address.
Christopher Dessy, 5930 Holman Avenue, Hammond, Indiana. Architect.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, Dave Gassman, you own this building at 700 West Grace, 700 to 710, is that right?
Yes.
And how long have you owned it? Dave, can you hear me? Dave Gassman, can you hear me? I know what to do, Mr. Chairman, and is he still there? Can you still see him or whatever?
Yeah, he's still here and he's still, oh, he just dropped off.
Yes. Where? Okay. Could he call in?
Sure.
Okay, you have on, you can do the call in. You see the numbers of the call in a little bit below. No, the Zoom invitation has a call in number right below. Okay, well, I can send it to you. Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask them to pass it, and we'll get you that invitation. Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, he can't find the invitation. I'm going to send it to him. Could we pass this and just do it after the other case when we do the other case?
Yes. And Councilor Moore, I ask you to get as much done as you can, especially on the first case. You can clear
Yes, sir.
that.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I always do my best to do that.
No, I know you do. I know you do. I'm just putting it on the record. It's okay. It's our afternoon.
So, and I'm sorry for this last 10 minutes of wasted time. I will try to make sure that doesn't happen when we come back.
Don't forget, Mr. Moore used to be on this board. He gets it. Right, Tom?
Well, you know.
I don't know if everyone knows that you used to be on this board back in the day.
Well, that was another day. But
yeah, it was another day. Yes,
I appreciate, and it wasn't on Zoom, and I appreciate.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, let's
That's
keep
true.
going. Let's keep going. We sucked up a lot of time, but it's good background knowledge. Okay, going to calendar number 445-21-X. This is at 5600 North Harlem. So, Councilor Kopak, let me know when you're ready. In the meantime, I'll read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a one-lane drive-through facility to serve a proposed one-story Starbucks restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site and landscape plans dated August 4th, 2021 by Watermark Engineering Ltd, with architectural plans and elevations dated October 15th, 2021, all prepared by Agama Designs, and building floor plan dated September 24th, 2021, prepared by Starbucks. I have a few notes I want to read on this, but let me make sure we have Paul Kolpak first. Paul, are you on?
I don't see Paul Kolpak. Is Jimena Castro with Paul Kolpak or no?
Yeah, she's with Rolando Acosta.
Rolando, yeah, Mr. Kolpak was here earlier. I don't
Okay, let's give him a second because we got to hear matter. Jerry Cairo's raising their hand.
Yes, I'm on, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to reach Paul now.
Thank you, Kareem. And this is just for everyone on the call, this is a public service announcement. Stay on the call. We never know when we'll hop around a little bit, when something will go quicker, but it's important for us to keep a cadence, so stay on the call.
some reason we got a power outage here.
Mr. Chairman, Paul indicated he's having some power problems in the site that he's at, and he asked if you would pass one case and get back to him.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So power's out. So we have objectors on that case. So I really want, once Paul has access, I want to make sure we go right back to that one in respect for the people that are on.
Talk to him.
So
Tell me, absolutely. Tell me I talked to the 4 people, but yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, right afterwards. I'll call back in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Let's keep going and just hoping, praying we're going to hear a matter. So who is here for 447-21-Z? Counselor Scott, let me know if you're available. Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just came on. I apologize.
That's okay.
I was waiting to be joined to the
and-
panel.
Yeah, Counselor, this isn't on you because we're hopping around. I just want to say one more time, everyone stay on the call. We've skipped quite a few because of odd issues. So with that, Counselor, go right ahead.
I appreciate it. For the record, my name is Andrew Scott with the Law Office of Dykema Gossett. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Conservatory Apartments, LLC. Give it a second to catch up, and maybe it'll give just a brief moment for my client and architect to join as well. Is it okay if I get started while we wait for them to join, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, let's make sure your client is on first, Counselor.
Okay.
So I'm looking for Perry Vietti.
Perry Vietti and Susan King. I just told them to join.
Great.
Really apologize. I was trying to keep up with the movement around the agenda.
Yeah, no, I get it. There was definitely some movement, and I'm just taking it as an opportunity to remind people they've got to stay on the call. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We've hit a weird moment on this, so I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, and I am urging everyone, attorneys, stay on the call, but get your applicants and witnesses on the call. We've got to start hearing matters, and I know some things jumped around and that affected the rest of the day, but I think our instructions are clear. So again, 10-minute recess, everyone be on the call by the time we get back. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And we will reconvene at 3:28 p.m. Central Standard. Thanks.
Chairman, with your permission, I can announce the names of people who are missing for the next cases so the attorneys can.
That would be awesome. Yeah, thanks so much, Kamal, for your help on this.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So Attorney John Pekarsky, your case number 449, we are missing Patrick Magner. So if you can please get a hold of him. Again, Attorney John Pekarsky, we're missing Patrick Magner.
And can the person signed in as SCG please identify themselves? You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what case are you here for, sir?
452-21-S.
I'm sorry, what was the number again?
452-21-S.
And your name?
Scott Dibble.
Okay, thank you.
Also, attorney Katie Janke Dale. We have Jeff Smith for case number 452. Jeff Smith is not here.
Hey, tech support. Jeff Smith won't be testifying for matter 452. It's just going to be Scott and George.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
Is Angela Garbot photography? Is this Angelica Monroy?
Hi, this is Jimena Castro. Angelica Monroe and Jose Espejo will be on the call. I am asking them to log in.
Okay.
This matter will be heard at, this matter will be the last item on the agenda.
Right. Okay. Someone joined in as
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Angela, and I was just asking about.
Yes.
Yeah. No, Kamal, this is Victor. Jimena, that's not your witness. That's somebody else for another matter.
Okay.
Oh.
And
okay.
I renamed her Kamal.
Okay. Hi, Jerry Cairo. Can you give us your what case you're here for, or your, if this is not
Yes.
your real name?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, what is your name?
My name is Jerry Cairo, C-A-I-R-O.
Okay, Victor, I don't have him on the list.
What case are you here for, Jerry?
The Starbucks 445-21S
Okay.
with Paul Kopak.
Okay, you're his witness, correct?
Yes, he's my attorney.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. I now move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I think we made a lot of success in the regrouping recess. My fingers are crossed, but what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna stick with where we were, which was 447. I see that the applicant witness are on, and then we're gonna work backwards to the few that we just lost, the rapid fire, because I know Kopak has power now, and a lot of good things have happened. So with that, calendar number 447-21-Z. So Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, apologize for the delay. I believe that my witnesses are on Susan King and also Perry Vietti. Can we confirm that?
I don't have Susan King yet.
I'm
Oh,
here.
no.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
And Perry Vietti is here as well.
Oh,
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, do you need to swear them in? The Perry Vietti is with the applicant. Susan King is the project architect. Do you need to swear them in?
Yes. So Perry, can you please state your name and address?
Perry Vietti, 508 Clinton Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Susan King, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. It's Susan King, 4711 North Tolman Avenue in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Andrew Scott with the Law Offices of Dykema Gossett, 10 South Wacker Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. The subject property that you see before you today is immediately to the left of the red dot that you see on the screen. It's commonly known as 414 North Central Park Avenue. It's an approximately 12,500 square foot vacant lot that is zoned RM5. There you're looking to the west and you can see a old school building behind it. As you saw by the prior photo, the property fronts on both North Central Park Avenue and North Monticello. So this is a through lot. And as a result, per the zoning ordinance, we have 2 front yards. The lot itself is approximately 82 feet deep and has 152 feet of frontage on both North Central Park and also North Monticello. And I think it's worth noting that while North Monticello is an improved street, it has actually been closed. It was closed about 30 years ago by the Chicago Department of Transportation. The proposed project is a 4-story, 43 dwelling unit residential building. These will all be 100% affordable units with 4 off-street parking spaces. The relief that we're seeking is to reduce the Monticello front yard requirement from 9.88 feet to 0 feet, and to allow parking as an obstruction within the 20-foot front property line for the subject property. Again, this is all a result of having 2 front yards. So, some extent of relief is needed. That sort of goes to the hardship that we do face, is that it is a very substandard depth lot. It's only 82 feet deep. In order to comply with the parking requirements, we would either have to place the parking below the building, which is prohibitively expensive, or we would have to necessarily put it in one of the 2 front yards. We thought that the frontage along North Monticello, and if we could stick on that photo really quickly, if we put it in North Monticello, which you're looking at right now, and having our front yard on North Central Park Avenue, it would be consistent with the other homes on the block, which you can see load off of North Monticello and face North Central Park Avenue. So again, what we're proposing is consistent with the character of the neighborhood. But again, some amount of relief was necessary in order to be able to accommodate the parking on the site. You see it located to the left of your screen, the 4 parking spaces, and again, the frontage on North Monticello. To reiterate, these are all affordable housing, all affordable units. The applicant itself is a not-for-profit affordable housing developer. And so while they are a not-for-profit entity, just looking at the standard of whether or not it yields a reasonable rate of return, the return on investment, if we are able to get the relief, it would be approximately 21% without the relief. And as I said, putting the parking down below the building would reduce that to 5.28%, which is really, for any real estate deal, out of line in order to be able to attract, deployment of capital and also debt to make a project viable. We had 2 meetings with the community, listened to their input. We've spoke extensively with Alderman Burnett, and as I understand it, he has communicated his support to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I don't know if that matriculated up to members of the board, but that's my understanding. If it's okay with you, if there are any immediate questions, we can answer them, or I can just call my witnesses. What's your preference, Mr. Chairman?
Let's go to the witnesses, please, counsel.
Okay. I'd like to first call Perry Vietti. Perry, you're on.
Yes,
Perry, I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
yes,
And you reviewed that affidavit of testimony?
yes, I did.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially consistent with the testimony set forth in that affidavit?
It would, yes.
Thank you. Calling Susan King, project architect. Susan, same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony in your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes.
And if you were called upon today, would you testify substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in the affidavit that I prepared?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we have any objectors, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Counselor. So, and apologize for this because this is something new to all of us. I guess we do have an objector who thought they filed their objection with us, but accidentally sent it to CDC, Community Development Commission. So I'm sorting this out in the background right now.
Okay. I was told, I did check in with staff on Monday, close of business, and I was told that nobody had signed in. So.
Yep, it appears that the objector thought they were signing in for us and sent it to the wrong department. And she's signing in, and so long as she gets in, I'd like to give her the opportunity to speak, just to do this in the best process we can.
Chairman, do we have a name for this person?
Let me see.
Yes, her name is Maya Diaz.
Okay, she's here. I'm promoting.
Great, thank you. Okay, Maya, once you're on, let us know.
Am I here?
Yes.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to kind of speak right now. I'm actually speaking for a majority of the residents surrounding this property.
Let me get you sworn in quick. So, and just as a bit of a summary, we've kind of heard the case in chief. We didn't have your sign-in information through ZBA. So I'm making an exception because I like to make sure that everyone has a chance to talk that wants to talk, and that these meetings work in that open process. So with that, I want to get you sworn in. If you can please state your name and address and role that you were starting to say. Ms. Diaz, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Maya Diaz de Leon. My address is 432 North Central Park Avenue.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of like double backing of all the recording that's going on. Okay, now it's
You
quiet.
might have a live stream or something turned on.
Oh,
Yeah,
let me.
Make sure you only have one stream on.
You're absolutely right. Hold on. Give me one. So sorry. Okay. There we are. Okay. Hello?
I missed Diaz. So,
Perfect. Okay.
So, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Maya Diaz de Leon. My address is 432 North Central Park Avenue. I'm probably 3 city lots away from this property.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, so what brings you here today?
Sure. So my concern, along with my my fellow residents, is basically the amount of occupancies that are going to be in this property, the amount of parking that's being allocated to this property. It's for us, it just seems overwhelming for the small area that it's going to occupy. I was kind of listening to all of your agenda, and one city lot was given 9 units. This one is approximately 2.5 city lots, and you want to put 40 units on it. For our small block to absorb that amount of capacity it's overwhelming, let alone the parking that isn't. There's just no parking. Right now, with the residents that do currently live there, that own there for years, I mean, years, some 50 plus years, there isn't barely any parking for us to have family over, visitors to come visit us, and you're proposing 42 new occupants and their vehicles possibly. It's going to overwhelm our community. It's going to overwhelm that block. That's not a full city block. It's probably half of a normal city block. And we don't have double-sided parking on the street. It's just one side parking, and that's it. I think it's very irresponsible that the property owner here isn't allocating for that.
Okay, and do you have any questions for the applicant? Because how this will go, even though I know it's a little out of order, but is you have the opportunity to ask them questions, and then they have the opportunity to rebut and close out.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess my first question is, how do you propose to plan the parking? You've only proposed 4 parking spaces for 42 units. I mean, what's your plan behind that for the community and to allow for more parking spaces?
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond, first I'd like to get on the record, and I would like to object to, I understand that you'd like to allow people to speak, but the ZBA rules are very clear. The applicant was diligent to determine whether or not any objectors would be testifying. So I want to object for the record as to the testimony of the objector, because it's not in accordance with ZBA rules.
Yep, I hear you. I'm going to overrule the objection. But I hear, so go ahead.
In terms of parking, I think that the response is twofold. First of all, Ms. Diaz referred to the overwhelming size of the building and the absence of parking. I would just note for the record and for the members of the ZBA that this building conforms in all respects to the RM5 zoning. The only issues that we have is the location of the parking in our front yard, because it is a through lot. The parking that is being provided is what is required by the zoning ordinance. So that's one part of it, is that we're meeting all the applicable requirements. Number 2, it is anticipated that few of the residents will actually have cars. And so we don't think that there will be a great demand for parking.
Thanks, Counselor. Okay, Ms. Diaz, any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, what sewage changes do you propose to kind of allow for our sewage system to take on those extra units, to take on 42 new units on that small block? I do believe that at the end of where you're proposing to build, that is where the dip occurs. Are you going to have is that going to have any effect on us, on the rest of the residents?
The applicant here, when they build their building, they're going to meet all codes, all applicable codes, including wastewater discharge.
Okay, Ms. Diaz, any other questions?
If this is only to like answer our questions, I mean.
No, so it's not to answer your questions. I heard we're just getting information out, right? Like we heard your objection, and now you get the opportunity to ask questions, and we gather information the whole time.
Okay, yeah. So I guess another thing for us is, and I really wish a lot of my neighbors could be on this call. This was so it was unorganized for us as well. We weren't aware of how the processes go. Otherwise, we'd probably have about 25 other people on this call in opposition to this. But for us, I feel like if it was proposed for the opening to be on Monticello, that's where it should stay. Monticello is a much longer block. It's a much wider block as opposed to Central Park, where it's very small. I just don't see all of the traffic there just being a good thing for the residents.
Okay, so now in the process, we're going to go back to the applicant who, you have the opportunity to ask Ms. Diaz any questions as well, or just rebut and close out.
If it would be okay, I would just close out and sum up. As I said earlier in the testimony, Mr. Chairman, we did do 2 community meetings. We were able to have a number of folks participate, hear their concerns. As I said before, the project meets all of the applicable zoning requirements in terms of height, bulk, density. The issue that we have here is that we have a very substandard lot at approximately 86 feet deep. So it makes it very difficult to accommodate parking and a building of this nature. And because of the through lot of nature of the property, we would have to provide parking somewhere. And since we can't put it below the building, we're either going to encroach in one of our 2 front yards, or it would have to go in a side yard, which would require relief anyways. So I think we've tried to minimize relief to the greatest extent possible, just because of the very nature of this site and the challenges that are presented in terms of trying to develop it. We've encountered the issues that were before the Zoning Board of Appeals today, and we would appreciate your favorable consideration.
Okay, I want to get to questions from the board for anyone who's been on, and I do want to throw out because we've been saying apartment, and it's an SRO. My understanding is the whole building are SRO units. So with that, does the board have any questions? Okay, thank you, everyone, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move backwards. We're going to calendar number 445-21-S. So let's see if Councilor Paul Kopak found power.
Mr. Chairman, this is Paul Kopak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
I apologize for the inconvenience. I don't know what happened.
Don't worry, it was a weird parade of horribles. So for a few matters. So what we're going to do is I'm going to read the department's recommendation, and then I'm going to read some instructions, because we do have several objectors on this one that signed in the correct way and within the right time. So with that, calendar number 445-21-S, everyone. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 1-lane drive-through facility to serve a proposed 1-story Starbucks restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site and landscape plans dated August 4th, 2021 by Watermark Engineering Ltd, with architectural plans and elevations dated October 15, 2021, all prepared by Agama Designs, and building floor plan dated September 24th, 2021, prepared by Starbucks. And on that note, I'm going to do a little introduction because of objectors on this matter. So we have some objectors here. Let's make sure that everyone is promoted, which I'll do right now. Let's see. No need to say anything. I'm going to just call to make sure everyone gets promoted. So we're going to be looking for a Matthew Lennon. Okay, maybe no Matthew Lennon. Peter Sisto. I know I saw Peter Sisto on. Yep. Okay. Susan Malakpour. Let's see.
She was here earlier in the day, Chairman. She's not here now.
Okay. How about Shari Centrone?
Yes, Shari Central is here.
Okay. Can we get her promoted if she hasn't been?
She's here.
Great. Perfect. Okay. Good. So we've got a couple, and just want everyone to know this is a hearing. So we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here is how we'll run this hearing. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. We ask that objectors are in no way repetitive because it's not helpful for us, and it's more quality over quantity. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. Finally, the board will take the matter under advisement. But throughout all of this, the board should feel free to answer or to ask questions. So with that, Counselor, you can go ahead and get started with your case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kopak. I represent the applicant, Starbucks Corporation. We're here today requesting a special use to establish a one-lane drive-through to service a proposed one-story restaurant. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give a little history of this property. Property has been vacant for a minimum of 25 years. And we started this project back in October of 2020. We had 3 community meetings hosted by the Alderman and the 41st Ward Zoning Advisory Board. Those meetings were on October 7th of 2020, November 4th of 2020, and then March 3rd of 2021. The meeting of March 3rd, 2021 was the 3rd draft of a design, which at that time, we received the favorable response from the 41st Ward Advisory Board. We then filed for a zoning change, and that zoning change went to the committee on June 22nd of 2021, which passed to the current B3-1 zoning district. We subsequently sent out the notices, and that's why we're here today. This meeting was attended by any place between 50 and 100 different people. The original notification was done by the Alderman on his social media post. He feels that approximately this reaches approximately 5,000 people in this ward. I have today my witnesses, Mr. Dean Klein, who is the store development manager for Starbucks, Javier Milan, who's a consultant for our traffic KLOA, Alberto Agama, who is our architect, and Kareem Musawir, who's our land planner. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear the witnesses in individually or as a group?
I'll do them as a group, Counselor. So let's start with Dean Klein. Dean, will you state your name and address, please?
My name is Dean Klein. I'm the Director of Store Development, Starbucks Coffee. Address is 111 North Canal Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thanks. Javier Milan, will you state your name and address?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Javier Milan. I'm a principal with KLOA Incorporated. The address is 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Alberto Agama, can you state your name and address? See, do we have Alberto?
Matthew,
I see, you might just be on mute.
Yeah,
There we go.
okay.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah. So will you say your name and
Alberto,
address, please?
yes, Alberto Agama Designs Architecture. I'm located in 129 Commercial Drive, Suite 8, Yorkville, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, Kareem Musawir. Kareem, I can't remember if we only heard you in continuances or if we've heard you on a case. So I'll just go ahead and swear you in for best practice. Will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Kareem Musawir. I'm a professional land use consultant at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Thank you, sir. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, and we recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I call Mr. Klein, I just wanted to mention that I did get the opportunity to speak to the four objectors. Unfortunately, we were not able to reach a consensus, but we did reach out and we understand their concerns and we're prepared to address them. At this point, I'd like to call Mr. Klein.
I'm here.
Dean?
Yes.
Dean, you've seen the site plan. One of the concerns of some of the people, both in the community meetings and certainly of the objectors, is the fact how do you handle refuge, smell? They're concerned about rodent problems. Could you kind of give us an idea of how Starbucks handles those matters?
Well, we take it very seriously, and I think if you're familiar with a lot of our locations, trash buildup, rodent buildup, uncleanliness is awful business practices. I think if anything, we're overly sensitive to those types of things, and so we schedule our own trash service pickups, and we have the ability to increase or decrease the frequency as much as allowed to ensure that we don't have overflowing trash cans.
One of the other concerns was odor from your store. Can you comment on that?
Well, odors I'm not sure. We're primarily a coffee company, so if it's ground coffee, that is part of the what we sell. As far as disposing of trash, recycle, it's milk empty milk containers, and whatever people throw in garbage cans. But all of our trash is bagged. All of our trash is sealed, tied shut, thrown into a dumpster. I think we manage our odors as best as we can, if you want to call it that. I'm not quite sure what the question is.
It's more of a concern from the neighbors. Their concern was how we handle our trash, because if we don't handle it correctly, then there's going to be a rodent problem, which would affect their neighborhood. So
what I would say is that if there is any concern, if we do open and we are operating for business, and if there is a concern, we pride ourselves in being good neighbors and being good stewards of the community. And if there is ever an issue post opening that creates an unsightliness or a burden on the community, we would hope that they would bring that to our attention and we would address it immediately.
And Dean, there's also, this is kind of a unique store. This was a hybrid. There's really three ways to get your order, and they're used to alleviate the traffic on the drive-through. And that is, one, we obviously have the drive-through. Two, if you have the app, you can park your car and they will bring your coffee to your car. And three, you can park your car and pick up your coffee at the service window. And that's kind of a different approach for Starbucks.
Yeah, correct. It's obviously you can order through the drive-through. You can do it the old-fashioned way and walk into the cafe and order at the counter. You can also order on your phone. And we will bring your beverage out to you curbside if you like. We also have a pickup window where you can walk without even having to enter the building. And you can pick up through our pickup window, and then obviously you can also pick up through the drive-through lane and out the drive-through lane window. So if one of those lines is excessively long, you have the ability to use one of the other ways to do it as well. And as people get more familiar with ordering and paying on their phones, that's become a bigger and bigger part of our business.
And if this special use is granted, what would your store hours be?
It's going to be dependent on the business, but when we open, I would expect us to probably operate from 5:30 to 9, maybe 10 o'clock at night, depending on demand.
And that would be 7 days a week?
Yes.
And approximately how many
Weekends
employees?
we would open a little bit later than weekdays, but generally, yeah.
And approximately how many employees would you have?
About 25. Again, it's going to be business dependent, but a typical store employs about 25.
And how many would
Some
be
higher, some
approximately
lower.
there on any one shift?
Usually on any one shift, the maximum we'll have in there, and again, it's business dependent, but morning rush, we're usually running 7 to 8.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Counselor, can you just give us, I know you went right into kind of addressing issues. Can you give a quick intro to the case?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. I thought I had mentioned that our special use is to establish the one-lane drive-through for a one-story restaurant. And then I tried to give the history of how we got to this point and how many community group meetings we had. I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's good. I feel like we hopped right into kind of rebuttal based off of the conversations that you've had with objectors before. So with that, any questions from the board on this time? I know we've got some other witnesses and we'll get more information, but. Okay, Counselor, if you could get your witnesses and just remember, we've got to get the standards out.
No, I understand. I know I'll get that with Mr. Musawir. Mr. Javier Milan?
Yes.
Javier, would you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Javier Milan.
And your occupation?
Yes, I'm a traffic engineer. I'm a principal with KLOA Incorporated in Rosemont.
And you were retained by the applicant in order to study this for safety and traffic flow. Is that correct?
Correct.
And could you give us your opinion as to your findings?
Yes, based on our field observations, traffic counts and analysis of the area, as well as a review of the site plan, the site has been designed in such a way to actually have orderly ingress and egress of vehicles, given Harlem Avenue being a state route and then Bryn Mawr being city of Chicago. So ingress will be efficient. We also found, and this is typical of any coffee shop, about 70% of the traffic generated by a coffee shop, it's already in the area, meaning that it's not new to the area. They're looking for a convenient way to actually get a cup of coffee and continue on their way. So when we analyzed that and added the additional traffic to the area, the intersection of Bryn Mawr and Harlem Avenue will continue operating at acceptable levels of service.
And Mr. Milan, there was an issue and concerns about safety for this. You access the IDOT records, is that correct?
Yes, I actually reached out to IDOT to find out if the intersection of Harlem Avenue and Bryn Mawr is what is called a critical tier location. It used to be called, I believe, last year and previously, it was called 5% accident locations. And what that is what are the highest accident locations in the state of Illinois that require attention, to whether something has to be done in terms of design improvements and so forth. Now they call them critical tier locations, but it's the same thing. And the intersection of Harlem Avenue and Bryn Mawr is not considered by the state of Illinois a high accident location.
And in your opinion, this project, as it's designed, does promote pedestrian safety and correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. As I mentioned, it is geared towards people on their way, from home to actually work. If you think about it, to the south, you have the CTA station. So if anybody that is walking from the north, from the residential area to the north, and they stop and get their coffee, all they have to do is just cross Bryn Mawr Avenue, which has a high visibility crosswalks and pedestrian countdown signals, and they can get to the CTA station.
I have no further questions of Mr. Milan.
Thanks, Counselor. Any questions from the board for Mr. Milan? Okay, we'll keep going, Counselor, and we'll circle back with questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kareem Musawir,
Yes, sir.
would you please state your name
Yes, Kareem Musawir,
and
professional
your
land
address?
consultant at 221 Northwest South Street in Chicago.
Mr. Musawir, what was the scope of your assignment in this case?
Well, to visit the site and the neighborhood surrounding the site and determine whether or not the proposed use would fulfill the requirements for the standards for the approval of a special use at this location.
And you did physically inspect this property, is that correct?
I did, and the neighborhood.
And the other properties in the neighborhood.
Yes,
You've
sir.
had the opportunity to review the site plan, is that correct?
I did.
And you've also looked at the traffic in the area, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've looked at at the city records to see if there were any other special uses on this property, and you found none, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you determine there was a need for this type of use at this site?
Yes, Starbucks being a very popular beverage company that is becoming more and more popular as our population ages, has been finding locations such as this that makes it much more convenient for their clients to get to it and get on their way into their day.
In
So,
your
yes.
opinion, does the proposed Starbucks meet all the general criteria for special use under the City of Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir.
And does the requested special use for the drive-through comply with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Does it provide for public convenience? It will not have an adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood or community, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is the use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building, and design? Is that correct?
Yes, and very open. You got a 2,496 square foot building on a 28,426 foot lot. So it's one of the larger sites with lots of landscaping and a very beautiful look to it and its design.
Is the requested use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise?
Yes. As
And
indicated,
lastly, go ahead. McCreary.
as indicated, North Harlem Avenue is a major thoroughfare in this area, and there are a number of other fast food locations south of this site in particular, and this would be compatible with those.
And lastly, in your opinion, does the design promote pedestrian safety comfort? Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions from Mr. Musawir.
Okay, questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Musawir, can you expand more on how you came to the conclusion that this Starbucks will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood? How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Yes, the design of this Starbucks and the desire of its product and the way it's located right next to the expressway is practically not even interacting with the community, because people are already on the track, on the roadways. So they're going here, they're getting out, and they're primarily going towards the expressway. The site has been vacant for over 25 years. So the only difference in this site is the fact that it's being redeveloped. But the intensity of it is very light relative to its size.
Why do you say that the intensity of it is very light relative to its size?
Again, we have a 28,000 square foot lot, and the parking, off-street parking is amply provided. The drive-through facility is queued in such a way that it's going to be able to absorb all of the traffic coming into the facility, into the site. And then there, as indicated, there are a number of ways that Starbucks is presenting their sales operations now. Many people buy on their phone, they come in the store, they pick it up, and they're gone. And again, that's a very light intensity. I mean, they're not coming here to go to a public event. It's just getting a cup of coffee and a sandwich. That's complete, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Counselor, can you remind me, I know you already said any of the hours.
Yeah. Dean, you mentioned the hours of operation. Would you please repeat those hours of operation for the chairman? Please state your name first.
My name is Dean Klein, and we have not sort of established a firm hours of operation yet, but if you used stores nearby, which is a good assumption, we would probably open at 5:30 a.m. That's generally about when our surrounding stores would open, and then we would close anywhere from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. depending on just the business. Obviously, if people stop coming to us in the evening, we would close earlier. If people, that's a business dependent thing driven by the customer. But I think it's safe to assume our hours of operation, we'd be opening around 5:30.
Okay, and can we, for purposes of us reviewing this, can we say that the maximum you'd ever be open until is 10 p.m.?
I think that's fair, yes.
You know, I actually have one more question for Mr. Musawir. Just thinking about the surrounding properties here, can you talk about, you know, what is around this property? And because my understanding it's single family homes, that kind of thing. So how this Starbucks won't have an adverse impact on the kind of residential community surrounding it.
You're right, it is primarily a single family residential district, particularly to the west and to the north of the site. As but indicated, next south of the site is the major expressway, interstate expressway. So that traffic generation is already there for the expressway. Having a Starbucks is generally a plus rather than a minus in most neighborhoods. I've not known any community where a Starbucks has been established where they come and complain about the operation.
Other questions from the board? Okay, let's move now in our process to the objectors. So again, objectors, you'll be able to state your objection and then ask questions of the applicant. So with that, is there one in particular of you, because I believe we have three on. I see I see Shari Centron, I see Peter Sisto, and I think I heard Susan Malakpour was on, although I don't see her. I think we said that earlier. So is there one of you who would like to lead?
I guess I'll go first. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yep, Sherry, does it sound good to start with you?
Sure.
Great. Okay. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Sherry Centrone, 6023 North Niagara Avenue.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. You can go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm an unpaid community volunteer speaking on behalf of the Olive Avenue neighbors and community majority who oppose this application on the basis of safety and appropriateness and who dispute it meets the criteria for special use. Number 3 and 4, compatibility of surrounding area. There is no B3 district here. This site is surrounded by single-family residential on 3 sides. For these area neighbors, all quality of life and quiet enjoyment of property will be forever lost. Adjacent neighbors are present to enumerate those specific intrusions. Until now, the CTA Blue Line bus terminal and expressway to the south provided a natural physical barrier between Harlem's residential and commercial corridors. Harlem from this parcel north to Avondale is completely residential. A recently approved subdivision mandates access to 50 new homes from Talcott. Talcott in Harlem is a residential 6-corner intersection 2 blocks north. One routinely blocked at morning and afternoon rush when normal traffic is combined with shift changes and school arrivals and departures. Number 2, adverse impact, and number 5, pedestrian safety and comfort. A drive-through at this particularly chaotic intersection will further endanger the most dependent on public transportation. Shift workers, patients, and visitors of the hospital, students of the elementary and college prep, and residents of 3 senior facilities, all located 2 blocks north on the same side of the street, as well as the most vulnerable who rely on these hubs, seniors, children, the differently abled. How many do we allow to get bumped and how often? Despite barriers and boulders and fences, vehicles routinely catapult into the yards of homes along Harlem. There have been 2 recent fatalities on Harlem, September 27th at this very site. A drive-through at this critical junction is unconscionable. Approval would enable drivers to add distractions of food, beverage, correct change, the phone app that was mentioned, rather than encourage them to attentively navigate this pedestrian traffic and other vehicles vying for expressway access from 3 additional directions. No convenience or corporate profit is worth any greater loss of life anywhere. It is important to note even those who support the Starbucks share these concerns. There are Harlem Avenue locations 4 minutes north and 5 minutes south. Harlem is overcrowded with vehicle traffic, yet this corporation is strategically securing facilities alternating the east and west sides of Harlem at the most congested and inappropriate intersections for at least 5 miles, willfully and knowingly compounding and exacerbating traffic and safety issues for pedestrians, motorists, area stakeholders, and small business owners. On behalf of the Olive neighbors, the more than 560 petition signers, and the 60% surveyed by the aldermen who oppose, I respectfully request this application be denied, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Centrone. Any questions for Ms. Centrone? And then Ms. Centrone, you have the opportunity to ask any questions you would like of the applicant. But first I want to go to any questions from the board. Okay, Ms. Centrone, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Then let's move to Peter Sisto. Peter, can you state your name and address, please? Peter, you're on mute.
My name is Peter Sisto, and I live at 7214 West Bryn Mawr Avenue, right adjacent to the proposed Starbucks.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can go right ahead.
I just want to start with, I would like to thank the board for hearing my concerns about this proposed rezoning. Sherry touched on the traffic concerns, and it's very dangerous here as it is, and adding this Starbucks will just make things worse. There was a traffic study shown to us during the height of the pandemic. This traffic study should be invalid. There were very few cars on the street when this was given to us. My next major concern is the drive-through location. As you can see in the site drawing, it's on the west side of their property. That means that the speakers, the cars, everything will be very close proximity to my home and the home behind me. The hours of operations from 5:30 a.m. until 10 or God knows what time. They might go to 11 o'clock. Who knows if business gets good? They said it depends on business. The speakers are going to be blaring all that time. It's right adjacent to my yard, my bedroom windows. It's going to be horrendous. I've lived at this property for over 40 years, 40. And excuse me, I can't imagine this being next to me. They don't seem to have any concern for the residents, either me or the surrounding area.
Can I speak in for my husband, please? I am Sharon Sisto, because we're here together, and I just have many concerns myself.
Sharon, really quick, can I get you sworn in as well?
Oh, sure.
Will you state your name and address, please?
I'm Sharon Sisto, 7214 Bryn Mawr, Chicago, Illinois, 60631. I'm adjacent to this property.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I know we had 3 meetings. What was presented to us at these meetings is not exactly the truth. My concern is all the traffic that this is going to impact, not just us, but the whole community. Bryn Mawr is a one-way street. Harlem Avenue, those entrances and exits were put on a only lane to get into the Kennedy Expressway. That was expanded years ago because of the traffic on Harlem Avenue. My concern is, when do I sleep? When do the neighbors sleep? What kind of hangout is this going to be? What is it going to bring to our community? Because getting out of this or in and out of this area, people are going to start driving into our neighborhoods. It's just not going to be get on the Harlem Avenue. It's not a quick and easy access, and it's not going to be someone with a card. I also want to mention that when this was taken in the last meeting, I was one to speak. There were 5 people that were objecting this because of the students, and Sherry already addressed this with people walking and whatever. But we were never shown the new proposal that they stated of August the 4th. The traffic study was done during COVID, which everybody was home. So the pictures that you see there must have been taken 5 in the morning when there's, or I don't know when, because if you come here and see the cars that are out and stacked out here each and every day, the accidents that are out here, we get 1 or 2 a week. That should be recorded. I can't even get it. So, I mean, they're talking about that they were able to do this study. I understand that it was like, what is your opinion? We don't need opinions, we need facts. And the fact is, I live here and I see what's going on in this corner. I see seniors walking. This is a senior community. A lot of older people live in our block here. These cars zoom at 50, 60 miles per hour. the traffic that is so bad now, I cannot imagine someone trying to get in here with a 16-car holdup just to get into Starbucks. Right now, we can't, not right now, that only lane stacks from Olive down to get onto the Kennedy Expressway. It was also told during this, when they took the vote, I even called the alderman's office that day and asked if a vote was going to be taken. And they said, no, most likely not. Well, that night, 5 of us got on, 5 of opposed. They cut us off. We were not giving the full address of the concerns that we had. They took a vote. They were talking about how pretty it was. One of them were talking about they would like to go down there and have a cup of coffee. It's a nice idea, but I would never want to live there, were the words. It is not a good area. It's not, it's so congested as it is. So to me, it's the congestion, and I'm talking on behalf of all the people in the neighborhood here. There's a lot of opposition against it. And during that meeting, I asked to have someone contact me direct. I work from home because of the COVID situation. No one has ever contacted me. Until today, did we get a phone call from this lawyer. No one has contacted us. No one has rang our doorbell. We didn't get letters. And the last letter we had gotten just recently regarding this was dated August. I mean, I don't even want to get into it. It was like, if you looked at the postmark and off, it was like, really? So we missed all the deadlines. We weren't informed about this. If we didn't have the community, someone see this, the alderman never even told us about the zoning change. We have a lot of seniors here that do not even have the technology to have a Zoom. So it's very unfair that we did not have the whole community involved. So my concern is, how do I sleep? How is the traffic going to be throughout the whole area? It's not just here. It's just the whole, our quiet community here.
Just to bring also to make sure you realize that this drive-through is holding 16 cars.
Yeah.
16 cars are going to be in line at that place. And as you all know, if you drive by a Starbucks, there's constantly cars. This will never end next to our home, never end. And I will hear that speaker and see the lights and hear all this stuff from 5:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 at night.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any questions for the applicant?
Me?
Yes, I have one question. It may not sound too well, but if he lived at my home, would he want this next to him with a 16-car drive-through right adjacent to his property, open from 5:30 a.m. to 10 or 11 o'clock at night? Would he want this?
I totally understand your point on that. We won't have him answer that just because we got to stick to the standards, and we have discussed a lot of the standards, so that's good. But I have a question, and then I'll go back to see if you two. My question for the applicant, based off of some things said by the Sistos, is I'm wondering if the architect or whoever makes sense could talk about why they decided to put the drive-through lane on the side that abuts residential.
Dean?
Yeah, I'll speak to that.
And this, just to confirm, is this Dean? Just please always announce your
This is
name.
Dean. Sorry about that.
Thanks.
Yes, we've gone through a number of layouts, and there were a lot of points that were raised. The layout that is proposed allows us to hold the maximum number of cars on site instead of overflowing onto Harlem Avenue.
Dean, can you also address, there were two really issues also, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So let's not go to full rebuttal yet. Unless this is directly related to my question.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is because one of the issues was the sound of the speaker. And
Right.
also, we have a sound deadening wall. Could you address that? Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, I was gonna ask about the sound, the
I
squawk
thought you
box
might.
and that being lowered.
Yeah. So could you talk about the volume of the speaker and also the sound deadening wall that we have along the alleyway?
Yes, we're very aware that we abut a residential area, and so we've put a sound barrier up along the western boundary. Our speaker volume is adjustable. We obviously have to make it loud enough where customers can hear us and we can hear customers and vice versa, but we have the ability to adjust that volume. But yes, there will be people talking through that speaker. I can't tell you that it's going to be silent. It won't.
Well, have you considered the option of lowering the speaker at night?
Yeah, I think we can do that. Like I said before, we do not want to be awful neighbors. We do not want to make people upset or angry by our presence. So all of that is on the table. I got to be honest with you. I have not been asked that question until just now, so I haven't really thought of it.
Okay. And we've got a few hands that I want to go to on questions.
Commissioner, could I ask a question?
Of course. Yep. Go ahead.
You know, just on this same thread that we're talking about right now with regard to the drive-through lane, these cars at night are going to have their headlights on. Is there some kind of barrier that's going to prevent their lights from beaming into the residential neighborhood at night?
Yes, there is. Maybe our architect can address that, but if you notice, there is not only a sound wall, but as you make the turn, the lights that would have, there's a barrier wall to deaden the sound, so those lights would not go across the alley into the neighbors. And you can see that it goes the length of Harlem Avenue. It's kind of that thatched piece there.
Okay, but what about Olive Avenue? Is there going to be something, because that's where you might have cars that are just coming into the drive-through lane that their lights might be beaming into the residences on Olive Avenue. Is there going to be a wall there that will prevent the light from shining into someone's living room?
Alberto, if I'm correct, would you introduce yourself, please?
Alberto Agama, I'm the architect for Agama Designs.
Alberto, on the...
Have we sworn Alberto in? Paul, can you remind me? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Go ahead.
Alberto, just a question. As I'm looking for looks like a line with some circles on it that run parallel to Olive. Is that a fence? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, it is a fence.
So when the cars come in, as they come in, there's this fence. Approximately how high would that fence be?
6 foot. 6 foot
So it'd
high.
be 6 foot, so that when these cars who are going to make, I'm going to call it left circular movement to go into the line, their headlights would not affect Olive Avenue because of that fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chen?
Yeah, I think it does. Just to be clear, we're talking about a solid fence, correct?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Do we have an elevation drawing of what's being described?
Alberto?
We do have elevations, but I don't have a way to share them.
Could you describe that fence as to material, the height, on both the the length of the property and also the fence parallel to Olive Avenue?
Yes.
In more detail.
Yes, this would be not only a sound fence, but it's also a visual barrier fence. And it's 6 foot high. And along the fence, we are going to have heavy landscaping, as you can see in the landscape plan. Sorry for my voice. I'm really trying to recuperate from a.
So the fence is a solid fence, both on parallel to Olive and also running the length of the property. That's a solid fence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And along Olive, not only do we have the fence, but we also have the landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We also have landscaping along the fence that is running the length of the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That answer your question?
But we do not have a elevation drawing that includes the fence. Is that correct?
Yeah, not in my drawings. That was handled by the civil engineer and the landscape architect.
I want to mention that recently, as at the very beginning of this proceeding, mentioned that there were recent plans that were approved by the city, and the last plan that was, I believe, on the 14th was in compliance with the landscaping ordinance for the city.
Okay.
That was
okay.
approved by the landscape architect for the city of Chicago.
Okay. I want to hop back to the objectors where we currently are. So, Ms. Centrone, I'm going to get to you in a second. I just want to confirm, Jerry Cairo, are you, if you can unmute, can you let us know, are you an objector or are you?
Far from it. My name is Jerry Cairo.
Okay, so if you're with the, I'll turn back to you, but we're going to stick with the objectors right now. I'll come to you.
Starbucks.
Okay, but the only reason I interjected is because I worked with the fence more than Alberto, so I can answer questions to the fence and the boundary and the deadening of the sound when you're ready.
Okay, then let's swear you in because I know you haven't been yet, but I do think that would be helpful if we get you on now because I want to close out some of these issues so we don't go.
Yes.
So if you can address the fence, you state your name, please.
Jerry Cairo. I'm at the 7061 North Avenue, Oak Park 60302.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And just to confirm, are you the landscape architect?
No, I'm the developer.
Okay. 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 Go right ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I have knocked on the neighbor's doors and tried to speak with the neighbor, but they closed the door in my face. That being what it is. We had the trash corral originally located on the north east corner by the alley. Currently, I moved it away from them so they wouldn't have that problem. There are large trees there that they planted or someone planted that we took great strides not to take them down and not to remove them as a normal developer would. We're actually putting a fence up that is the same fence that they use on the interstate toll roads. It's 80% sound deadening. And it's 6 feet high, solid. It looks like a stone wall. If you've gone down any toll roads and you've seen the fence, it's the newest fence out there, very expensive, and it deadens the sound by 80%. We also are putting a lot of extra vegetation and plants in to deaden the sound. We are not letting the headlights shine through into the alley to the west. We've taken great strides and great cost not to cause a problem. We also are investigating, there's a new speaker out for speaker boxes that Dean and I haven't discussed it, but Adam and I have discussed. They actually have a new speaker that the sound only goes directly if you're in front of the speaker. If you move away from the speaker, you can't hear anything out of the speaker. So we're trying to work with that to keep the volume down. But the new fence does deaden the sound by 80%, and that's why they use them on the toll roads. If that helps.
Yeah, that's helpful context. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's go back to the objectors. And, I just want to note, we say at the beginning, but as we flesh out information, just not to become too repetitive or circle back. So, Ms. Centron, you had your hand up first. So if you go right ahead.
Thank you. Just as there is no B3 district until you get to 72 in Harlem, there is no actual alley. It's a grassy area. I believe that alley is vacated. There's not a paved alley where cars are using it. So I just wanted to clarify that point, because I do believe you're somewhat being misled. In terms of the tollway fence and the landscape that's approved for B3, that would be approved by the city in a traditional B3 commercial district, which is completely different than a single family residential district, which this is. And I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Thank you. And Peter Sisto or Ms. Sisto, I see your hands raised. So go right ahead. You're still on mute.
They mentioned the 6-foot barrier wall. That really isn't going to stop the sound from going over. We have walls all along Bryn Mawr Avenue, and they really don't do that much to stop any sound. And I also want to just bring up, this is going to bring a lot of foot traffic from the CTA crossing Harlem Avenue from the south to the north if they do come. And that being said, foot traffic is now going to stop the traffic that wants to get on the I-90 entrance ramp that is actually right across the street from my home. That's going to actually stop the cars that want to get onto the I-90 West ramp, because they have to stop for pedestrians. So that's going to not allow them to make the right-hand turn. That traffic is going to be backed up all the way to the church, possibly, which is a block and a half away. Maybe it's going to be horrendous, just horrendous. And traffic is going to try to access the entrance ramp that is also right across the street from the south side of their drawing here. They're going to try to get onto that area, and it's going to be a disaster, a total disaster.
I also want to mention one other thing. First of all, Jerry, I don't even know who you are. No, you never knocked on my door. I'm under oath to speak the truth. No one came to my door. So that in itself tells you the character of what's going on with this project. Also, I can't even open my windows. We do have a 6-foot fence, okay? But that 6-foot barrier is not going to do anything for us. We are still going to get the noise. We're still going to get everything that we're talking about, but I can't even open my windows.
Yep. Okay, any questions from the board for the objectors? Okay, so now in the process, we are going to circle back to the applicant, who will have a short amount of time to rebut, even though I want to note we've gotten some rebuttal, as this has been more of an active conversation, and then to make closing. And again, noting that the board can ask questions at any time. We've got a lot of information out here, so I just want to streamline a bit.
Commissioner, I'd like to jump in right now if I could. And just ask Mr. Cairo a few questions. Could you unmute Mr. Cairo? Okay, perfect. first question, you said you're the developer. What company do you work for?
Free development.
Okay. And how many, is this the first time you've done a development for a Starbucks restaurant?
No, maybe the 15th or 20, maybe 20.
Okay. Have any of those Starbucks been abutting a residential area?
Yes, we did 7112 West North Avenue. Pretty much the same thing. It's been there now for, I believe, 18 years. I know the family very well. They're perfectly happy. They have no trouble. It doesn't interrupt their life at all. And we worked with them. They had a concern about maybe some cars going up on their grass and leaving ruts because there's an alley, just like there is here. But this alley we're not using. It is a public alley, but it's grass. They're not using it. The alderman said they don't have money to pave it right now, but it is a public alley, and we took care of that. And we haven't had any trouble. We work with them very closely. So this is not the first time we do. We know that the people next door don't want to be upset and listen to traffic and everything, and we cut it down as much as we can. You know, they're on Harlem Avenue. It's a busy street, but we're really not going to add a lot to it. I know they think it's going to add a lot, but it's really not. And especially with the new sound barrier and the new speakers, it's really not going to be bad. We did the one in Schiller Park on Irving Park Road and 25th, I think it's 25th Avenue. And we had a lot of people there that were concerned, and I see them in the restaurant all the time, and they're perfectly happy now. Their concerns were unfounded, but they always do have concerns. It's just natural.
Sure, and valid concerns. I guess the question I have for you is of the what I think you said it was 15 or 16 Starbucks you've done. How many of those have abutted a residential area? I think you've mentioned 2 so far.
Well, it's been over a 20-year period, so I can't remember everyone, but
Okay.
those are the only ones I can remember.
Okay. And those 2 were done when?
Well, the one that is almost identical to this one was done 18 years ago.
Okay. And the other one that you were talking about?
2006.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, and we're on rebuttal. So Peter, unless you have something in direct response to what is new testimony, we've got to keep going. So do you have direct response to past testimony that was said?
I just want to rebut the one thing he said about being next to residential. I've heard horror stories from people that the couple that are next to him, that they complain about the speaker sound constantly, and nothing's done. Nothing at all is done. So I don't believe any of that.
It's not just the speaker, it's the traffic. It's not only the speaker, it's the traffic that's right adjacent to their house, because you're going to hear these cars, they sit, they run. It's the pollution of the cars. If you open your window, I mean, it's the cars are sitting there, it's massive fumes, they're waiting, and that's all you're going to hear is engines and trucks and cars, and this is what you're going to hear for 24 hours.
Yeah, let's stay with process. Let's go back. I'm going to go to the applicant because we've gotten a lot of information. We're past the objector testimony. So Paul, continue with rebuttal, and then I think we'll do some closing questions and close out.
Why did they call us?
Counselor? Paul, you're on mute.
We did another project just recently at 2001 Harlem, and that had a residential component, I believe, to the west on the property. That was done about 8 months ago.
Okay, just, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
One of the things, I'm sorry.
Let's just stick to, you know, the process in rebuttal and not talk about, you know, we don't set precedent here, so.
No, I understand. The only thing that, you know, Ms. Sisto said that she did not have this plan. The plan that was approved was approved for zoning to the B31 as a type 1. That was a plan that was presented to the 41st Ward Advisory Committee on March 3rd, 2021. So it's not like we have switched any plans whatsoever. The plan that was approved by the 41st Ward in March of this year is the same plan we're presenting to you today. The testimony for safety, we've mentioned that this was designed, the traffic engineer has indicated that it was designed for the safety. The City of Chicago Department of Transportation has no objections to this design. It has been any way we can do this in order to make it. Originally, there was a plan that put more of the building on the corner near Bryn Mawr, and that was rejected because it was not safe. This is the plan that both the City of Chicago Department of Transportation, as well as our traffic expert, and as well as IDOT agree is the safest plan, is a safe plan. The plan that we have shown as far as the site plan and the store is exactly the plan that we showed the committee and the neighbors back in March of 21. It was a plan that was approved as a type 1 zoning change to B31. I don't know, and as you know, Mr. Cairo has mentioned, he's putting up the fence that will eliminate as much sound as possible. And why Ms. Sharon and I have known each other for a long time, I agree that the property in the back of the property where it says public alley is not paved, but it is still approximately 16 feet from our line to the neighbor's property line. So you've got a wall barrier, sound barrier, trying to keep the sound down into the office, into the building. We've done everything we can to make this as least intrusive as we possibly can, and as safe as we possibly can.
Okay. Any questions, any additional questions from the board?
Go ahead, Brian, say something.
And just make sure to mute. Okay, it sounds like we have all the information we need. So we will take under this under consideration, and you can watch at the end of the day. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you for your time, and I apologize for the glitch at the beginning.
Thank you.
No worries. Yep, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going back again, and I'm going to go to count for more. Tom, are you on? Tom, I think you're just muted.
Okay.
There we go. So I just wanted to bring up to you, because I know moving backwards into where we fell off a bit. I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell me which of these you're ready for. It's 440-21-Z and 441, or 442 and 443.
Yeah, I'm hoping they both are ready. Oops, sorry. I'm hoping they're both ready.
Okay, which would you prefer to take first? I know the alderman's on one of them.
if he's with us, then we should take that one first. If
Okay.
he's,
See, Alderman Tunney, do we still have you?
Chairman Armand Tunney is not here, but both witnesses for both cases are here.
Okay. So yeah, Counselor Moore, I think I remember
they're calling our case.
Alderman saying to text him when you're up. So Counselor, if you could do that. And right now we'll hear the ones that are not in that word. So we'll hear 442-21-C and 443-21-C.
Thank you. So hopefully I have Dave Gassman and Chris Dossie.
I'm here.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if they're both here, would you please swear them?
That's the thing. So Mr. Gassman, can you state your name and address, please? David, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So 3210 North Halsted, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. And Christopher Dassey, state your name and address, please.
My name is Christopher Dassey. I'm an architect. My address is 5930 Holman Avenue, Hammond, Indiana.
Thank you. And do you
And I do swear to tell the truth.
Okay, just let me ask. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Gassman, you're the owner of this property, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's a 1920s kind of classic apartment building currently with 16 dwelling units, is that right?
That's correct.
And it has, as many of these older buildings do, it has a big basement that's just like, it's not a full basement. I mean, it's not deep basement. It's only a few stairs down. And so it has windows that allow a lot of light into the building. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And it's on a very odd shaped lot. It has 6 sides to it and with no really alley except through a long little tubular extension that's 38 feet back to an alley. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And other than that, and in the front, it has a lot of front yard and a lot of open space, but in the back, it's up against other buildings, except for this little tubular 17-foot wide extension that goes back to the alley.
Yes, that's right.
And so you have had, and you've been in front of the board before with some of your buildings like this, and you've realized that you could put some nice, reasonably affordable, not affordable under the ordinance, but affordable in that they would be a third, 25 to 30% less in rent because they're a basement unit in these buildings, in this empty space. But the issue becomes parking. Is that right?
That's correct. We can, I can add more affordable units into the existing building, but they weren't built with parking accommodations to begin with. So,
and there's no place to put parking, although with this little extension, you can legally, it's wide enough to fit 2 spaces right at the back of it, right off the alley. Is that right?
That's right.
So we're asking the board to allow us to build 4 units. We can't build them unless we add parking. So we're going to add 2 parking spaces. That covers 2 of them. And then we're asking the board to waive 2 parking spaces. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is in a dense neighborhood. It's close to public transportation. It has had, the 16 units have no parking. That's been no problem. And so you think to add 2 units that will not have parking will not be a problem either. Is that right?
No, we're very close to public transportation, and most people in the neighborhood don't have cars.
And in terms of reasonable return, basically, if you can't waive the parking, you can't. At least you couldn't do the 2 units that we're asking the waiver for.
That's right.
Because without parking, you can't get a permit. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And also, and I don't know why, I mean, there never has been, other than the front open space, there's never been a rear open space here, and there's no place to put it. Is that right?
No, it's always been basically the alley.
Okay. And so we're asking for these accommodations to this odd shaped lot with these problems. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. Is that right?
That's right.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Chris Dossi, are you here?
Yes, I am, sir.
And you're a licensed architect, and you have designed these 4 apartments in such a way that they would comply with all ordinances and rules and regulations of the city. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to, in your professional opinion, these units, when they're done and completed, will fit right into the character of the neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes, they will, sir.
They won't make a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood. Is that right?
No, they will not make a change.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with the affidavit that you and I worked out and filed with the board. Is that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case. And both of these gentlemen are available for questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions from the board?
This is Jolene Saul. This is for the applicant. What's prompting you to add the 4 units?
It's basically a vacant basement space that's being wasted. And I can add apartments to, a neighborhood that's pretty expensive, and these are more affordable just by their nature.
Got it.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go now to calendar numbers 440-21-Z and 441-21-Z.
So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully I have Michael Schwartz and his architect, Victor. And we may or may not have Alderman Tunney. He was doing some interview or something.
I think we have all of them.
Okay.
Yep.
If you wouldn't mind swearing Mr. Schwartz and Mr. DePrazzo, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, and I'll ask first, Alderman Tunney, are you on? Okay, Mr. Schwartz, please state your name and address, please.
Michael Schwartz, 1618 North Hermitage Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Wonderful. Okay, so Victor Dropso, will you state your name and address, please?
Dropso, 123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
You're cutting out a bit, Mr. Dropso. And there's some background noise that might be coming from your end of things. Can we try one more time? Will you state your name and address?
Victor Dropso, licensed architect, 2123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, you'll remember this case was passed so that we could talk to an Angela Garbo. And we had, Mr. Schwartz and I had a very nice conversation with her. And I think we cleared up a misunderstanding. Ms. Garbo has the building immediately to the north and clearly is the most affected building. And she has participated throughout all of the various community meetings, and she's very aware of the whole thing. of the whole process and the evolution of it and everything. And, the confusion was as to what is the front and what is the back, and therefore what's the setbacks with regard to the north side, which is her house. And we explained that, and we'll explain that in our testimony. And I think we cleared that up. And then also she had construction concerns, which we gave her. Well, first of all, we sent her the plans and I went over them with her so that we straightened out any misunderstanding. And then I simultaneously gave her Mr. Schwartz's email and contact information so that if there's ever any construction issues or anything, he has promised to immediately answer her questions in the future. And, she was concerned, might there be asbestos and things like that? And he explained that he would hire the properly licensed people to remove that if that were a problem. And so I would imagine she's on with us and she can speak for herself. But I think we answered we got rid of the confusion and answered the questions with the promise that we'll continue to answer any future questions.
Great, thanks, Counselor. And what I'll do here is we'll go through the case, and then I think I'll circle back to Ms. Garbo to make sure everything still matches her understanding.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Schwartz, will you tell the board who you are? Michael Schwartz? So.
He's muted.
Michael Schwartz, you are muted. You got to unmute.
I think I got it now.
Yes, you do.
I am a principal with SNS Realty Group, and we are the contractual purchasers and applicants under 1138 West Belmont Avenue. We are real estate developers.
Okay, and you are seeking to build a TOD, that's a transit-oriented development here, because we're 1,200 feet from the Belmont L, is that right?
That's correct.
And it would be commercial on the Belmont side because that is a commercial corridor, and the alderman and the community want to maintain the commercial corridor, is that right?
That's correct, and that's our desire as well. And so we have around 2,800 square feet of retail space that fronts on Belmont.
And you came to and from minute one, the alderman told you, since there is, well, let me do it this way. There is no alley to the north, is that right?
That's correct.
And so you're right up against what turns out to be Miss Garbo's property, is that right?
That's correct.
And so from day one, the first time we ever talked to him, Alderman Tunney said, you better be cognizant of Miss Garbo's property. Is that right?
The concerns of the neighbor to the north have been the subject of much discussion, and that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And her property is 48 feet off Clifton, off the street to the east, which created a problem in terms of the setback on Clifton because it's residentially zoned, and therefore there would normally be a transitional setback of half, which would make your building 24 feet off of Clifton, which would make it not commercially viable and just generally wouldn't work. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That particular property is an unusually large front yard, and if we were forced to have our setback half of that, of their front setback, that would make the project financially untenable. It would, I think, look really odd from the Belmont side as well.
And so what we did, but where you're asking the board to be at 7 feet back, actually lines up, 7 and some, lines up with the other buildings on the rest of the block other than her property, which is unusually further back. Is that right?
That's right.
So, and the current building goes to the lot line on the north, but you're going to pull even the first floor, which in a business district can go to the lot line as of right. You're going to pull it, your ground floor where your parking will be back there, you're going to pull that 7 feet off of the north lot line. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're going to pull the upper floors, the residential floors, 15 feet off of that north lot line. Is that right?
That's right. Everything steps back from the second floor up.
And originally you came to the community with a 5-story, 4 floors of residential units. I forget how many units you had, about 40, isn't that right?
That's right.
And now you're down to 33. And because it's a TOD, you would have 16 parking spaces. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the final variance we're asking for is to waive a actual 25 by 10 loading dock. And will you tell the board why you don't think that's necessary?
We don't believe that we're going to be getting a commercial user that would require such a loading dock, given the location, given the size, given the configuration of the building. It just doesn't make sense.
And in the parking area, a panel truck for a residential user can pull right near the elevator. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So now you went through about a year of various community meetings, and you made numerous changes as you went. Is that right?
Yes, the plan evolved substantially from our first presentation to the alderman to what you guys see here today.
And so there no longer is a 5th floor with residential units on it. There is setback. There is a community room up there. Other than that, that floor is no longer there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And all in all, we pretty much reached a consensus with the neighborhood group after many meetings. And as far as we know, there's no one at this point opposed to this. Is that right?
To our knowledge, no.
And you and I worked out a statement whereby you drafted each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant this relief. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Victor, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
And Victor, will you tell the board briefly what practical hardships you encountered on this property that made you design the building in such a way that we need these variances?
Well, as mentioned before, the neighbor right to the north of us is over 40 feet in depth on their front yard setback, which would require us to give a 50% setback on our end. That would be over 20 feet in depth. Obviously, that would be very undesirable from the Belmont side and kind of unpractical even on the Clifton side. So what we were looking at is trying to at least align our building with the rest of the buildings that are on Clifton Street, and which was a little over 7 feet, which still gave us, a bit of a setback on that end. And also kind of squeezed in the parking, the requirements that we needed. And also, that loading berth had to be pushed out.
So as an architect, when you're designing a building, you can pick what's the front and what's the side. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And so what we did was to accommodate, there's no alley to the north, but there is an alley to the west. Is that right?
That is true.
It is correct. And
yes,
to accommodate all of these concerns, what we did was made the front of the building on Clifton, which is where the residences will come in and out, your front door there. But the building is still, the commercial will still be towards Belmont. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the lot from Belmont back is only 100 feet. It's not 125 feet, and there's no alley there, right?
That is true. It is very, considering a shallow lot if positioned as a front, Belmont front.
And so that's why we oriented the building towards Clifton and made the side yards Belmont and the north lot line, and the rear yard, the alley at the west. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And in your opinion, this will fit right into the character of the neighborhood? It won't in any way substantially change it, is that right?
Yeah, I definitely believe that. There's probably a lot of buildings that are constructed that way on Belmont and probably throughout Chicago.
And you have designed this in such a way that it'll comply with all of the ordinances and codes and rules of the city, is that right?
Yes, we have.
And you and I worked out a statement whereby if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in general. These two gentlemen are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. Is there going to be a loading area on this street?
I believe that if you would go on to the first floor, there's quite a bit of alley, interior alley in our parking design. And if there will be a need for a truck to get in there, there is an access and quite a bit of room to, right, you see where the stairs are in the elevators. So we would be aligned that portion. And I believe that that would be a very suitable spot for a moving truck to be in and out.
But I think the commissioner's question was, will there be one on the street? And I think we can ask Alderman Tunney if he would, we would need his approval for that. I think there was some discussion of that in the public meetings.
I'm on the call in case, did you want to wait until later or you want me to answer the question?
You can, Alderman, let's get you sworn in, and then we can get your notes on the loading berth as well as the matter in general. So will you state your name and your role for the record?
Alderman Tom Tunney, Alderman of the 44th Ward, of which this project is located in.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Do you want to rephrase the question, please?
Sure, Jolene Saul again. I was just asking if there was any thought to on-street loading, and it seems like there's some space in the garage, but that could be a problem for residents in the building. So just wanted to know if that had been considered or discussed.
As the attorney said, there is a possibility. There is plenty of parking in the front for a loading zone that would probably be closer to the alley, but that alley, you don't want to block that alley whatsoever. And it's actually kind of a tight alley to even come in if you had a 3-point turn your truck. I don't know if it's a standard width alley, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
And I kind of have a follow-up to Jolene's. It probably goes to Michael the best, but Michael, you noted you don't anticipate a commercial use that would need this type of loading. With that in mind, do you know what type of use you do anticipate? What type of commercial spaces you think will come in?
It's always hard as a developer to anticipate who's going to want to rent your space. And we get asked that question a lot. It wouldn't surprise me at all if this space ended up being broken up into 2 spaces, potentially even 3. And so once you start getting down into 2 1,400 square foot users, the 1,400 square foot user tends to be more of a mom and pop type use. And those uses, I've never seen a use like that that would require a loading dock. And even at 2,800 square feet, you're not going to get a user that would require one.
Okay, that makes sense. Other questions from the board? All right, well, there's two people I want to turn to. I'd like Alderman Tunney to speak on the project generally, and then also to just ask Angela Garbeau if this is all in line with the discussion she had earlier. So first, if we could go to Alderman Tunney, if you could give us your view on this.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of the ZBA. Our community, our neighbors, our zoning and development committee reviewed this project on more than once in order to reduce the bulk density and also the setback to the neighbor to the north. And I think we came to a good space in regards to the current conditions. There's about a 12-foot wall that's on the zero lot line to the neighbor to the north. So the current condition is very onerous to the neighbor to the north. And I think we came to a good median about the setbacks on the setbacks and some landscaping on the north setback. And because and I think the hardship is there's no, the way this property is, well, how shall I say, long and not deep, that, I think I think this is a good compromise, and I hope that our neighbor to the north knows that we've really tried to redesign this project to accommodate the immediate neighbor. And I think we're there from the community perspective. I hope we have the neighbors' support that obviously would be most impacted. The only other question that I know that I haven't looked at this for a little bit, but the question I always have is where the garbage is. It's in there, and then just for the edification of the neighbors, the garbage is enclosed, it looks like, towards the east end of the property, and that's one truck that will be in the alley for a short period of time, probably 2 or 3 days a week, picking up the trash. So I don't want the trash in the alley. That's for darn sure. And when we do these new projects, we want to make sure that that this is enclosed for the benefit of the neighbors, and also it generally helps on rodent control. But other than that, I'm supportive of the project. I know we sent a letter in, but I thought I would get on the call and just say hello and say that we put a lot of work into this, and I hope we could garner your support. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Alderman Tunney, for coming and multitasking, because I know you're at other hearings today. I want to go now to Angela Garbeau, if you're still on, Angela.
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Okay, I'm going to get you sworn in quickly, and then we'll cover what we have to cover. So will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Angela Garbeau, 3210 North Clifton Avenue, Chicago, 60657.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, Angela, at the beginning of the matter, Councilor Moore gave a little bit of a summary of discussions with you. And I just wanted to make sure with you that your understanding is still the same and that you are not objecting.
Yes, that's correct. We had a good discussion. I appreciate the call with Mr. Moore and also Mr. Schultz. And I think that the most important thing will be that we all can keep the lines of communication open as the construction goes forward.
Great. Okay, thank you so much for hanging on then.
Mm-hmm.
Any final questions from the board? All right, thank you, everyone. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you, everybody.
Yep, enjoy your weekends.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, we are going to continue backtracking, just reading from the other side of the page to calendar numbers 433-21-S, 434-21-S, and 435-21-S. So Counselor Fatikas, let us know if you're on.
Yes, sir, I'm on.
Great. Okay. And let's make sure, Nick, that we have your applicant before I read the recommendation that just came in from the department. So I do see Rich Golf, looking for John Cody. I see Pam Hunter. Looking for Michael Worthman. I'll get Michael promoted now. I see George Kissel. So I think we should be good.
I'm here.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. So for all three of these matters, there is the same department recommendation. So I'm only going to read it once because it's a little bit lengthy, but like I said, it matches for calendar number 433-21-S, 434-21-S, and 435-21-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a Class 3 recycling facility in conjunction, and really quick as I get started, this is going to be the part of the recommendation that varies. So I'm going to do, everyone bear with me, and then Nick, just tell me if it's okay with you so I don't have to read this 3 times. Thank you. So the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a Class 3. The next one would say a Class 5. And the final one would say a Class 2, a Class 3, and a Class 5. Recycling facility in conjunction with a proposed expanded transfer station operation, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Lakeshore Recycling Systems LLC. Number 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 15th, 2021, all prepared by Hutter Architects Ltd. Number 3, the applicant provides a final landscape plan, which includes a minimum of 227 trees with species and adequate spacing for growth by redistributing the planting areas, acceptable to the department's landscape architect, and in accordance with his review dated October 15th, 2021, and in compliance with section 17-11 of the Chicago zoning ordinance for final review and approval by DPD prior to issuance of any permits. Number 4, if the applicant owns any portion of Packers Avenue, 41st Street, and or 42nd Place right-of-ways at the city's demand, the applicant shall dedicate such property or any portions thereof as public ROW to the city. Number 5, unless the applicant provides sufficient evidence to the city of their exclusive ownership of the 30-foot wide east-west alley located approximately 915 feet north of the ROW line of West 43rd Street right-of-way, referred to as Exchange Alley, from Packers Avenue to the eastern edge of their property line, then applicant shall dedicate any portions of Exchange-Alley they own at the city's demand as public ROW to the city. And number 6, at the city's demand, the applicant shall hire a qualified surveyor and or pay for the creation of an updated plat of opening for those private portions of Packers Avenue, 41st Street to 42nd Place, 41st Street, Packers Avenue to Justine Street, Justine Street, 41st Street to 41st Place, 41 Place, Justine Street to Ashland Avenue, 42nd Place, Packers Avenue to Loomis Avenue, and or Exchange-Alley, Packers to Racine Avenues, should the city determine it would be in the best interests of public convenience and welfare to convert these rights of ways, ROWs, or any portion thereof from private to public. Counselor, that's all I've got. That was a.
No, it's a mouthful. It's a mouthful.
That's why I only wanted to do it one time, but we did a productive hybrid, I think. So with that, you can go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Again, for the record, my name is Nick Fatikas. I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Lakeshore Recycling Systems, LLC. Lakeshore controls the subject property at 4121 South Packers Avenue. The subject site contains approximately 427,977 square feet of total lot area, and it's located within sub-area A of Planned Manufacturing District number 8. The site currently functions with a waste transfer station that processes construction and demolition debris. The applicant is proposing to expand the existing waste transfer station and incorporate Class 2, Class 3, and Class 5 recycling facilities to work in conjunction with the transfer station. The Class 2 activities, which allow for the recycling of ferrous and non-ferrous scrap metal, paper products, certain plastics and rubber, and other organic waste, are actually permitted within the PMD. However, Class 3 activities, which allow for composting, and Class 5 activities, which allow for the recycling of processed non-hazardous construction and demolition debris, each require special use approval. So in order to permit Lakeshore's new facility, the applicant is seeking the companion special uses again to reestablish and otherwise expand the existing waste transfer station, as well as establish Class 3 and Class 5 recycling facilities all at the property. We do have 5 witnesses available to testify this afternoon. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Rich Golf, our facility design coordinator, Mr. John Cody, our project architect, Ms. Pam Hutter, our traffic engineer, Mr. Michael Worthman, and our land planning consultant, Mr. George Kissel. Chairman, I do want to just provide a little bit of background. Very similar cases were presented to the zoning board back in 2016, seeking the same approval or same scope of approval. These special use or approved resolutions were submitted to the department and submitted to the ZBA as part of our findings of fact submittal. Those uses or those approvals lapsed, and we're now in a position, after having further contract opportunities with the city of Chicago, to proceed with the facility as proposed today. And I also wanted to make sure, in the interest of time, we did complete a pretty, I think, pretty complete findings of fact submittal with the traffic consultant report, Mr. Kissel's land use consulting report, and then I believe there's also an engineering report submitted with respect to environmental conditions. So I'll do my best to hit the high points, and if there are questions of the board, I'll make sure that we make our witnesses available for questions.
Great, thanks, Counselor.
And if maybe if you want to swear the witnesses in as we go.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so first witness would be Mr. Rich Golf. Rich, are you on? I think you're currently on mute.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Rich, will you please state your name and address?
Richard Golf, 270 East Pearson Street, Unit 502, Chicago, Illinois, 60611.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
And Rich, again, you're the managing partner with the applicant, Lakeshore Recycling Systems, LLC, is that right?
Yes.
You have over 25 years of experience in the waste management recycling operations, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you currently operate 5 waste transfer stations in the Chicagoland area, including at the subject property, the existing waste transfer facility, right?
Correct.
And as I explained, you're proposing to actually take down the existing facility and redevelop the site with a state-of-the-art recycling facility and waste transfer station. Is that right?
Correct.
The new facility will contain over 128,000 square feet of space all under roof.
Yes.
And it'll allow you to basically double your current capacity at the subject site. Is that right?
Yes.
Based on your current projections, you anticipate being able to handle approximately 2,400 tons of waste on a daily basis. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And that actually translates to about 1,200 tons of waste being diverted from local landfills, and that's on a daily basis, right?
Yes, correct.
The existing waste transfer facility operates with approximately 15 full-time employees.
Yes,
And if the special uses are approved and you're able to move forward with the program, you actually are planning to hire anywhere between 130 and 140 employees to work the new facility. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And that ranges in scope from managers and equipment operators to engineers, line workers, and even the regular cleaning crews that would be at the facility, right?
Yes,
The facility itself would operate year-round, 24 hours a day.
yes, correct.
And that's actually how the current facility, the current hours of operation at the Packers facility, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of traffic generation, you're anticipating being able to handle upwards of 500 truck trips on a daily basis, correct? Rich, can you hear me?
yes, correct.
Okay. And that translates to about 20 or so truck movements per hour, correct?
Let's see, Rich, I think we're having
Yeah, I think,
some
yeah, I
Wi-Fi.
think he might have froze. Chairman, you could hear me, correct?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Rich has dropped off. I think he's going to join back in again.
Okay, we'll give him a second.
Do you want me to move on to my next witness? Because I only had maybe two more questions for Rich. It's up to you.
Yeah, we can move on. That works for us.
John Cody, are you on?
I am.
And I'm sorry, state your name and address for the chairman, please.
My name is John Cody, and my address is 19657 West Sharp Road in Elwood, Illinois, 60421.
Thanks, John. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And John, you have over 40 years of experience in the waste management and recycling industry. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And by trade, you consider yourself you're a professional consultant with a specialty in this area. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And your role in this case was to assist the applicant in designing the most functional layout for the proposed facility, right?
Yes, it was.
And although we speak to a lot of the details in terms of site access and general operation, primarily access to the property will rely on the driveways at the intersection of Packers and 41st. Is that right?
That's correct.
There will also be a secondary in-only drive on the south side of the property, about 10 feet from the exchange property line. Is that right?
Yes.
And from there, once entering the site, the various trucks will be diverted either to weigh stations and then ultimately drop-off areas, or to an area for a particular material pickup. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's your professional opinion, all of the operations that are being proposed will be contained under roof, correct?
Yes.
Meaning other than the trucks, all of the recycled materials and all of the materials received would be contained inside the facility.
Yes.
And it's your professional opinion that the proposed plan would work properly and efficiently. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
But with respect to the standards for waste-related uses, is it your opinion that the special uses collectively are designed to minimize the danger to the surrounding area from fires, spills, or other operational accidents?
Yes.
And again, that's because all of our recycling and transferring is occurring within the structure, correct?
All operations occur under the benefit of roof. building is fully sprinklered. And these operations are permitted and monitored and inspected constantly by Department of Public Health.
Great. And it is true that you or that my office prepared a written witness statement report for you. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify this afternoon, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, if Rich is on, I could ask 2 more questions of him and then very quickly go to Michael and George.
Great. Did we get Rich back? Rich, are you on? We're getting him promoted now. All right. I see Rich on. Rich, you've just got to unmute.
There we go.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Nick. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. So where we left off was the facility, assuming or provided that the board approves the uses, can handle upwards of 500 trucks on a daily basis, right?
Yes, correct.
And over 24 hours, that's approximately 20 trucks each hour, right?
Yes, correct.
And in terms of impact, there really should be no impact, and specifically no impact on any residential neighbors, because our property is literally in the middle of the Stockyard PMD. Is that right?
That's correct.
All in, Lakeshore has budgeted to invest upwards of $40 million to make this facility a reality. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you believe the site will be successful based on the sheer volume and need for trash collection and recycling in the Chicagoland area?
Yes, correct.
And before we conclude, is it true that we work together with Alderman Thompson's office to hold a community meeting regarding the special use applications?
Yes, correct.
And are you aware of any objectors or other unanswered concerns about the proposed operations at this time?
No, I am not.
Great. Thank you so much. Chairman, bouncing around, I'm sorry, if we can go to Mr. Michael Worthman.
Yep, no worries. Michael, can you state your name and address, please? Michael, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Sorry about that. Michael Worthman, KLOA, offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? Michael, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Michael, again, you're a professional engineer by trade?
Yes, I am.
And you were retained in this case to assess the current traffic conditions in the immediate area, as well as to provide projections as to how the proposed facility would impact those existing conditions. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you actually prepared a written traffic report for the same scope of operations in 2016, as well as an updated study that was provided earlier this week. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it's your professional opinion that there is adequate capacity in the planned manufacturing district to support the proposed and expanded uses. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it's also your opinion that the proposed uses have been designed to promote pedestrian safety and welfare. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with respect to the additional standards for waste-related special uses, is it your opinion that the proposed special uses have been designed and located to minimize the impact on the existing traffic flow in the surrounding area?
That is correct.
And again, that's based on the fact that although we may see upwards of 500 trucks on a 24-hour basis, it really translates to about 20 trucks on an hourly basis. Is that right?
That is correct. And just to add on to that, one, we are located in the PMD. Number 8, as you indicated, these roads have been designed to accommodate truck traffic. the site had been permitted for almost identical use in 2016. It is in a waste transfer station now and is generating traffic, so it won't all be new traffic to the roadway system. More importantly, there is adjacent to the site a truck yard which houses many of the trucks that will be delivering the waste to the facility. This will help reduce the volume of traffic as the waste is delivered to the facility. They just need to go across the street to park for the evening and do not have to leave the general area. So all of this will help minimize our impact on the roadway system.
Great, thank you, Michael. And if, again, if you were to continue to testify this afternoon, would that testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. And Chairman, if I can call Mr. George Kissel.
Of course. George, can you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. George Kissel, offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thanks.
And George, again, you're a land planning consultant by trade,
Yes.
and you're familiar with the property at 4121 South Packers, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special uses would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code, correct?
That is correct.
You were also asked to evaluate the additional criteria and standards for waste-related special uses within planned manufacturing districts, is that right?
Yes.
And briefly, it is your professional opinion that the proposed uses would be appropriate and compatible at the subject property and meet all of the criteria, including the additional criteria for the waste-related uses, is that right?
That is correct.
And you have prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in these three cases?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That actually concludes the applicant's case in chief. We do have our project architect, Ms. Pam Hutter, available as well. Being that it's a special use, I wanted to make sure we spoke to the standards. If you have any other, you or the board members have any other questions, we'd be happy to answer them now.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the board? All right, we've got what we need. So we'll take this under consideration, and I thank everyone for their time.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to jump back ahead, no longer working backwards. So calendar number, let me make sure this is right, 448-21-Z. Counselor John Pekarski, let us know when you're ready. Let's see, John. John, I see that you're a panelist. You're just muted.
Can you now hear me?
Yep, we can, Counselor. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarski. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street. And this evening, I am proud to represent Juan Pineda, who is the owner of the property at 1000 North Lawndale Avenue, which is the northwest corner of Lawndale and Augusta. Simply put, what we are seeking is to be allowed to continue the use of two garages at the subject site. There are two garages located, one facing the alley, which is perpendicular to Augusta and one facing Augusta Boulevard. The one toward the alley is measures 21.45 feet by 20.05 feet. And the other one measures 41.24 feet by 20.66 feet. The alley access garage is a two-car garage. The Augusta facing garage is a four-car garage. We are seeking to be allowed to keep these garages. The city cited us for zoning violations, and we are here to correct those violations via the Zoning Board of Appeals. I have with me the client, Juan Pineda, and our project architect, Hector Castillo. Juan and Hector, are you here?
Yes, this is Hector Castillo.
Yes, this is Juan Pineda.
Great. And Counselor, I can go ahead and get them sworn in. Mr. Pineda, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Juan Pineda, 1000 North Lauderdale, second floor north.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Castillo, can you state your name and address?
Yes, Hector Castillo, licensed architect, state of Illinois. Address 2450 West Division, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thanks.
Well, the concept is very easy. It generates 6 variations. I will read them. Number 1, to reduce the north side yard from 4 feet to 1.01 feet, to reduce the south side yard from 4 feet to 0, to reduce the total side yards from 10 feet to 1.01 feet, to reduce the required rear yard from 37.47 feet to 1.24 feet, to reduce the required rear feature setback, that's the garage facing the alley, from 2 feet to 1.24 feet, and to allow for a 7-foot iron fence instead of the allowed 6-foot fence. Now, Juan, when did you purchase this property?
Yeah, I purchased the property in 2019, about almost 3 years ago.
And after you purchased, what does the property contain?
I bought it as it is. Took me a long time to buy this property. I have a hard time from the beginning, almost 1 year, but I fight and I finally got it. I try to keep it as my investment for my retirement. I live in there on the second floor. I'm gonna stay there, and I would like to keep those garages because it's safe for me when I go home after work, you know, to get in there. I am in the building already.
Now, it's my understanding that the building itself contains 4 dwelling units. Is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
And you live in one of the dwelling units, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And it's my understanding that you have made considerable changes to the building as far as repairing the interior, is that correct?
Yes.
What have you done to the building itself?
You know, fixed all the 4 apartments. I painted. I changed the floor for hardwood floors, paint everything, replace cabinets. You know, now are in very good shape. You know, now I got it back in shape.
So that, is it your opinion that the building is now in above average condition?
Yes, it is.
And it's my understanding also that you have re-roofed the two garages. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Now, if you were not allowed to strike that, if the relief that we're seeking is not granted by this board, that would require that you remove the garages. Is that correct?
It's correct, but I really don't want to keep them.
I understand. It is my understanding that your estimate of the required expenditure to remove the garages would be about about $20,000 to $25,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it's correct.
And there would be no practical benefit then to the community by removing these garages.
Exactly correct.
The garages are masonry garages, is that correct?
Yes, they are.
And you can provide on-site parking for 6 cars, is that correct?
It's correct.
And you have a wrought iron fence between the garages and the building itself, is that correct?
Yes, I've been.
So that, in your opinion, there would be a significant hardship if the board did not grant the relief that we're seeking. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
I have no further questions of Juan.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I would call Mr. Hector Castillo.
Yep,
Please state your
and
name.
Counselor, I think we can probably just swear him to the record and make this fairly quick as there's no objector, but go right ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Hector, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
That's correct.
and along with yourself, I have prepared an affidavit as to the necessary proof for variations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that appeared in the affidavit, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I have no further questions, and I would rest.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and thank you very much, Mr. Pineda, for coming in.
Thank you very much and
Thank you.
have a good night.
Yeah, enjoy your weekend. Okay, I'm gonna call for a recess. I realize it's been a minute, and I apologize to the board for that. So we're gonna go for what looks like 13 minutes. We'll take recess until 5:20 p.m. Central Standard. Commissioner Toya second, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. I vote yes. We'll reconvene at 5:20, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Let's keep going and let's bring it home. So next up, we've got calendar numbers 449-21-Z and 450-21-Z at 1741 West Roscoe. So Councilor Pekarsky, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay. Again, my name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street. And this evening, I represent Joseph Bellini and his family concerning the property at 1741 West Roscoe. The property measures 25 by 125 and it's zoned RT4. What we are seeking is a link between the platform of the stairs going down and the garage. Now, that may sound important. However, we're dealing with about 6 inches between the platform and the garage. In order to achieve this, we will need, unfortunately, 4 variations to reduce the rear yard from 37.5 feet to 2, to reduce the east side yard from 2 to 0, to reduce the combined side yards from 5 to 0, and to relocate open space, the required open space, to the garage roof. The building, as I indicated to you, is a newly constructed 3-dwelling unit condominium. My client is purchased the first floor and a duplex and the rights to the roof. What we are seeking here tonight is to be allowed to use that roof. I would call as my first witness the owner, Joe Bellino. Joe, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name, address, and occupation.
Yeah, my name is Joe Bellini. I live at 1741 West Roscoe Street, Unit 1, Chicago 60657, and I'm an accountant here in the city.
Thanks, Joe. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Joe, is it true that when you purchased this property, the building and garage were completed?
Yes.
Okay. And at the closing, you were told that the developer, builder, would simply create a link from the platform outside your apartment to the garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that link is about 6 inches long. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the developer did complete the link. Is that correct?
Yep.
However, they didn't obtain a permit for that link. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's why we are here. Is that correct?
Correct.
So now the various variations that we are seeking are actually generated by that short link between the platform outside your door to the garage roof. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at my request, have you considered, are there other buildings, new or old construction, in the neighborhood that have links of similar or substantially more than yours?
Yes, there are two adjacent buildings that have similar or longer bridges.
Okay. And the one to one side of you is exactly similar to yours.
Yeah,
Is that
essentially
correct?
a carbon copy of my property.
And the other one has a length that's approximately 10 feet long. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are there other links in your neighborhood?
There are on different style of properties, all single families on the other side of the aisle. Every house has a roof deck on the garage. Every house that can has a roof deck on the garage, and it is connected directly from the back patio up to the deck.
It's my understanding that 1731 West Roscoe has such a link.
Yes.
1745 Roscoe has such a link.
Yes.
1704 West Henderson, which is across the alley, has a link.
Yes.
1706 West Henderson has a link.
Yes.
1718 West Henderson has a link.
Yes.
1734 West Henderson has a link.
Yes.
And 1736 West Henderson has a link.
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, what'd you pay for the property in question?
We paid $939,000.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to what the value would be today?
We were trying to sell this past year in an attempt to move, and we had it appraised around 100,000 based on market comps.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Or sorry, 1 million based on market comps.
Okay. Now, the 1 million purported value, is that predicated upon the fact that you would have a link and a use of the garage roof?
Yes.
Have you an estimate as to what would occur should we not be granted the variations that we are seeking, and as to the value of your property in question?
Yes, and discussing with my real estate agent, she estimates it would be at least $100,000 reduction in the value. There is a property at 1711 West Roscoe that is slightly smaller square footage, but it's sold for $850,000 and does not have a roof deck. It has a pitched roof garage, and that would be our competition.
Okay. Now, you intend to continue to live in the subject site?
Yeah, for the time being. I mean, I have a growing family, so we would like to be able to move, but we are unable to until we're able to resolve this issue and be able to legally sell with the roof deck, if possible.
Okay. You have 2 young children, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. I have no further questions of Mr. Bellini. We have also brought with us our architectural consultant, Mr. Patrick Manger, Manger. Pat, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you please state your name, address, and occupation?
Yeah, it's Patrick Magner, Magner. The address is 919 Thatcher Avenue, River Forest, Illinois, 60305.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Magner. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. At my request and at the request of Mr. Bellini, have you examined the subject site and its surrounding areas?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you please describe the proposed link?
Well, a little background on this. I did some research and found out that the building permit for this building was issued in 2017. And it was for a 3-unit building and a detached garage. The building was built with this stairway, as you see in the floor plans, that goes from grade to the first floor, first to the second, second to third, and so on, in the garage where it was built. And Yes, so this link that was connected, that stair landing between the first and second floor happens to be right at the level of the garage roof. So as Mr. Bellini stated, when he was going to purchase the property, again, the permit was issued in 2017. So when he was going to purchase this in 2019, the connection was made before he owned the property.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding that the stairway and the link are all iron. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At my request, have you also examined whether or not there are, beside the locations testified to by the client, found other properties that contained links
Yes.
in the area?
Yes, from Mr. Bellini's stairway, you can go up and see around the neighborhood. And as Joe mentioned, there are 2 buildings east, 2 buildings west, and you can see a couple across the alley. Now, I did not track down the addresses of the ones across the alley, but yes, they're visible from his property.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, would the proposed 6-inch link in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which it's located?
No, it would not.
And that's, of course, based upon the fact that there are probably a dozen of similarly situated building on the square block. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be very comparable to other buildings in the neighborhood or on the block.
Okay. I have prepared, along with you, an affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I ask you the questions that appeared in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would be.
I have no further questions of the client
Okay.
or the architect.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Bellini, a few clarifying questions. So first, you only own 1 unit, right? You don't own the whole building?
Correct.
Okay. And did you purchased it from the developer?
Correct.
Who was the developer?
Airpol LLC, I think. EIRPOL, like Ireland and Poland. Airpol.
Okay, great. Other questions from the board?
I've got a question. When you bought the property from Airpol, was the connector already built, or did you have them build it for you?
I mean, they built it like after we had come to agreement before we closed. Essentially after final inspection, I think.
Okay, so they built it at your request?
Yeah, we aligned on it as being a part of what we wanted to buy.
And at that time, did they tell you that you needed a permit to do that?
No, I mean, that was not part of the discussion. No.
So there's no discussion about the illegality of what was happening?
No.
Thanks.
And the discussion, like, so just to clarify the timing on that. So they built that for you after you had already bought it, but it seems like how this was all built prior to that is it was already kind of set up for that, and they were waiting for someone to fill in the gap.
Exactly. They had the roof deck itself, the brick wall had the opening. The only thing that needed to be added was just the step from the landing to the deck. So it was all pre-designed. They just wanted to make sure we wanted that access.
Yeah, and you've probably gathered now it's kind of like a developer scam in a way. It's
Yeah, I mean, we had looked at other properties at the same time where they were more overt about, if you want it, we will do it, but we have to go through, jump through crazy hoops. And these guys were more, amenable to working with us, which is part of the reason why we chose this property.
This is Jolene Tall. Did you say they built it after final inspection?
I believe so. I mean, this was multiple years ago now. I don't
Yeah.
remember the
Okay,
details.
thank you.
It seemed all above board at the time.
Okay, other questions from the board? Okay, looks like we have what we need here, so we'll take this under consideration. And as always, I appreciate everyone's time.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yep, thanks, you too. Okay, we're going now to calendar number 451-21-Z. And Counselor Pekarsky, I believe this is our final one with you today.
I have the very last case as well.
Well, you're not that lucky.
Naturally.
Go with us. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is John Pekarsky, and I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. John Svietny. That's S-V-I-E-N-T-Y, and the property at 6036 West 60th Street. John, are you there? I hope.
Yep, John, you're just muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yep.
Okay, thank you.
And we have our consultant, Brian Griffin, their
Yes.
project architect. Are you there, Brian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, would you please swear the two witnesses in, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, will do. Okay, first up, Mr. Finty, will you state your name and address, please?
My name is John Saventi, and my address is 6336 West 60th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60638.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, Mr. Griffin, will you please state your name and address?
Brian Griffin, 3257 West 111th Street, Chicago, 60655.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
John, please state your occupation.
I'm a Chicago police officer.
Okay. And you and your wife own the property at 6336 West 60th Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And the property is zoned incredibly RS2, is that correct?
Yes.
Which is a strange zoning for the neighborhood and for the type of houses built. Now, the house that you live in has just over 1,000 square feet of land in it, of building in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
That makes it quite comfortable for you and your wife. Is that correct?
Yes.
What has happened to change your family needs?
We were bringing in my mother-in-law, and we needed the extra space to move some stuff out here so we can use some storage in the garage for her. And also bring old stuff we have here and bring it into the garage too, so we can bring some of her stuff in.
So that essentially your family is increasing in size.
Yes.
Okay. And you needed the extra space
Yes.
for storage only, correct?
Correct.
And that's passive storage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you retained a contractor who was supposed to build the second story over your garage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was supposed to obtain a permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he did not obtain a permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you now have a stop work order. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. so that effectively we are here to post-construction enact variations necessary to obtain a building permit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And we're going to need a rear setback of from 39.3 feet to 6'11". Is that correct?
Correct.
And a west side yard of 2.8 feet instead of 4 feet.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And combined side yards of 7 foot 8 inches instead of 9 foot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the proposed use is passive storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the at my request and of your own personal knowledge, are you familiar with the fact that there are several other garages in the area that have had substantially similar or similar additions made to them, sir?
Yes.
Is it correct that there is one at 6023 South Moody? Correct?
Yes.
One at 6229 South Moody?
Yes.
One at 6034 South Moody?
Yes.
One at 6040 South Austin?
Yes.
One at 6105 South McVicker?
Yes.
And one at 6035 South Mulligan. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And these are the ones that you found. There are probably several more. Is that correct?
There is correct.
Now, if you if unfortunately the board did not see fit to grant the variations sought, what would the cost be to remove the existing construction and to replace the old roof?
Just under $25,000.
And that would be a severe hardship. Is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions of Mr. Svietny. I would call Brian Griffin. Brian, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Brian Griffin, 3257 West 111th Street. I'm the project architect on this with the IGM Group.
Okay. Now, you have drawn plans for the proposed use. Is that correct?
Correct, we did.
Okay. And in your opinion, will the proposed use in any way alter the essential characteristics of the neighborhood?
No.
What factors do you take into consideration in arriving at that opinion?
I've seen many of these in that area. There's multiples. Obviously, you listed some of them. Maybe I saw those ones, but there's one pretty much on every block, if not more than one on every block in the areas.
And in fact, you, as an architect, have participated in obtaining permits for such construction. Is that correct?
Yes, we've done this numerous times before for people in different areas of the city that have taller than allowed height garages.
Have you and I prepared an affidavit that has been filed with the zoning board?
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions that appeared in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
I have no further questions of either the client or the architect.
Thanks, Counselor. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have some questions, trying to figure out as far as the architect, you designed the garage structure that's currently built?
We did the drawings based on what was built. We went in there and did measurements and did the as-built after they got a stop order.
Was there an original architect?
I don't believe so, no.
Who for the applicant, who did you hire to construct this?
I had Leo's Concrete and General Construction, Inc.
And
How do you, really quick, how do you spell that, Alios?
Pardon me?
No. Leo apostrophe S, General Construction.
And when you hired them, did they tell you that you needed relief from the zoning board to do this?
We had miscommunication throughout the whole project because we were going back and forth. And then I had a family emergency and then we just forgot it. And then it was just starting to get built. And then the inspector came and then that's when we got shut down for not having the permit.
But did you know that you needed relief from the zoning board to build this?
We thought he was getting it. He thought I was getting it. And we just had the miscommunication with everything.
So I think to answer your question, Mr. Sanchez, is that the contractor didn't know that there was a relief needed at all, and that he just could build it without, I guess, plans and or relief from the zoning.
Was any permit issued to build this?
No.
So not even an easy permit, just to be clear, there was no permit.
No.
Correct. There was no permit issued.
And we just apologized for everything. And once we started finding everything out, that's when we knew there was what we had to do to get everything. And then
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this one under consideration and thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. All right, we're going to calendar number 452-21-S. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation as the attorney gets situated. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a non-accessory parking containing 169 parking stalls, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, IDIL 3700 Morgan LLC, and the development is consistent with the design of the overall site plan dated October 14, 2021, prepared by McGregor Associates Architects, with landscape plan dated October 14, 2021, prepared by Gary R. Weber Associates / Jacob and Hefner Associates.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Katie Jinky Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street, Chicago, Illinois. DLA represents the applicant for this matter, IDIL 3700 Morgan LLC. He is requesting approval of a special use to allow a non-accessory parking lot with 169 stalls on the property located at 1109 West 37th Street to serve as non-required, non-accessory parking for an adjacent parcel that's also owned by the applicant, located at 3704 South Morgan. I'm joined today by Scott Gibble, the Vice President of Capital Deployment and Leasing for the applicant, and George Kissel, President and Land Use Expert with the firm of Oak Kissel Associates. Would you like to swear them in at this time?
Yep, I can go right ahead and swear everyone in. Second. Okay, Jeff Smith, can you please state your name and address?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's Jeff Smith was included as a witness, but it's actually Scott Gibble who'll be the witness, and then George Kissel.
Got it. So Scott Gibble, can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Scott Gibble, office out of 9500 West Bryn Mawr Avenue in Rosemont, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And can you confirm, just so that we know, are you, your relationship with the applicant, can you clarify?
Yeah, I lead the Chicago market efforts for IDI.
Okay.
So I'm the vice president of deployment and leasing here.
Okay, great. George Kissel, I don't believe we've seen you yet today.
Yes,
but
you have.
my mind often betrays me. Okay, so George, you're sworn in, and I'll just say it on the record that, yeah, we recognize that. Go ahead, Katie, thanks.
Perfect, thank you. The applicant's the owner of the property, which is approximately 100,000 square feet and consists of mostly grass over asphalt. The lot's separated from the adjacent lot by means of a rail spur. The adjacent property is going to be improved with a spec industrial building, and according to the zoning ordinance, the 108 parking spaces that will be on that lot are more than adequate to meet the parking requirements of the ordinance. However, to alleviate community concerns of vehicles parking on the street, the applicant is proposing to construct this additional parking lot on the subject property. It's being intentionally located on this property so that it is as far away as possible from the residential area east of the adjacent industrial site. Pursuant to DPD's interpretation of the code, because these parking spaces serve a use that is located on a different zoning lot, they consider it non-accessory and accordingly require this special use. Unless there are questions from members of the board at this time, I'll turn to Scott as my first witness. Scott, would you please take yourself off mute and state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Scott Gibble, 9500 West Bryn Mawr, Rosemont, Illinois.
Thanks. You're the Vice President of Capital Deployment and Leasing for the applicant, correct?
Correct.
And DLA Piper, as counsel for the applicant, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yep.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gilwell. Unless there are questions for Scott, I would then turn to my next witness, George Kissel. All right. George, can you please state your name and address and business or profession for the record?
Sure. My name is George Kissel, President, Oakrent Kissel Associates, with offices at 141 West Jackson. I'm a licensed architect and certified planner with 40 years experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
Great. Thank you. You were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposed special use application to allow the establishment of an off-site non-required accessory parking lot containing 169 parking spaces in PMD 8A at the subject property, correct?
That is correct.
And you prepared a report detailing your analysis findings and conclusions, and that report is contained in the materials submitted to the board and admitted into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Kissel, if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusion contained in your report? Specifically, the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we are available for any questions. It's mentioned in the findings of fact, but I would mention that we did meet with Alderman Thompson. We posted this project on his website, as well as the applicant did present at a community meeting back in February of this year. There's been, nothing but positive feedback from the area surrounding neighbors, both residential and commercial. But we will turn it back over to the board for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Questions from the board? Okay, we've got what we need on this one, so we'll take it under consideration. And thanks everyone for your time.
Thanks everyone. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Chairman.
All right, we're going to calendar number 341-21-S on Pulaski. As Councilor Kolpak gets situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 3-dwelling unit building, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 17, 2021, prepared by KLLM Inc.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Kolpak with offices at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant, Mr. Tim Palmerville. We're requesting an application for a special use to establish residential uses below the second floor for proposed 4-story, 4-dwelling unit building with 4 required on-site parking spaces. I have with me today the applicant, Mr. Tim Palmerville, and I also have our expert, Mr. Paul Woznicki.
Great. Do you want me to get them sworn in right away?
That would be great.
Chairman, Mr. Tim Palmerville and Dennis Kulak have to click on the prompt that comes up that they want to be promoted to panelist.
Yes.
And I do not see Mr. Woznicki unless he's signed in under some different name.
Well, Paul will be sitting next to me. Is it okay? Can he share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Palmerville will also share my screen.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Palmerville, if you're on, will you please state your name and address?
I'm Tim Palmerville. I live at 6730 North Ionia in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Woznicki, state your name and address, please.
Paul Woznicki, business address is 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, sir.
Great. And we recognize your expertise based off of many past appearances, and we have your CV.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The property in question is approximately 4,408 square feet. The subject property is approved with a 1-story brick and masonry building. The property is currently zoned B3-2. When my client has owned the property, he's had a number of tries to lease that first floor commercial space and has been unable to do that. The issue here is there are no rear alleys, there are no side alleys, and therefore this is not a very attractive commercial and or office space because the only thing that would be there would be on-site parking. It is also approximately 1,000 feet from the Irving Park L. My client has submitted plans to the city of Chicago for the proposed building showing the residential on the first floor. And those plans have been approved by the Department of Planning. And Tim, if this special use is passed, what would be the rents on this property?
You know, these are 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. And, you know, we're always making estimates, but probably around $2,200 to $2,300 per month.
And if this is not approved, you would have almost no value in this property except to tear it down.
It's hard because right now you have no way to get to the backyard. For instance, there's no alleys at the back. So you can see on what we're proposing creating a side driveway so that there would be parking in the back for residents for a residential building. But as it is right now, you can't get back there unless you walk through the building. So you have essentially one parking spot in front of the building, and you have driveways all over the place here. So there's not a lot of parking on the street there.
And no further questions for my client? Any from the board?
I think it would be good to hear from your expert.
Sure. Mr. Woznicki, please state your name.
Paul Woznicki.
And Mr. Woznicki, what's the scope of your assignment in this case?
Well, I was hired to evaluate whether the granting of the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for special use as set forth in section 17130905A of the Chicago zoning ordinance.
And in your opinion, you went to the property, you visited the property, is that correct?
On at least 3 separate occasions, that's correct.
And you looked at the other properties in the area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed the site plan that was approved by the city, is that correct?
I reviewed a site plan that was the last site plan that I saw. I don't know if it was approved by the city.
Mr. Woznicki, you also observed the traffic, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you've reviewed the city records for previously approved special uses, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you found that there were no special uses?
Not at the subject site, but there were 2 special uses that were approved on North Pulaski. There was one that was for a 3 dwelling unit building. That was essentially, it was a ZBA calendar number 30520S. And it was to allow a dwelling unit below the 2nd floor. And the second special use that I could find on Pulaski Avenue was for the Gateway Montessori School. And that was at 4041 North Pulaski. And that was ZBA calendar number 43115S.
Mr. Woznicki, you also checked the distance between this property, linear distance to the L stop at every park, is that correct?
Well, L and the Metro stop, it is well within the 1,320 feet that is required, that is mandated in order for this property to be classified as a transit served location.
Although we don't need that because we have 5 parking spaces, is that correct?
No, you'll have 4 parking spaces for the 4 dwelling units. But you by right, you could have asked for only a minimum of 2.
Were you, in your inspection of the surrounding area, did you determine there was a need for this type of use at the subject property?
Well, the term need and necessity are, yes.
In your opinion, does a special use to locate and establish dwelling units below the 2nd floor comply with the general criterion for special use as set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it would, sir.
Does the requested special use to locate and establish the dwelling units below the 2nd floor comply with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance? Is that correct?
It would be provided that the zoning board grants the special use.
Does it provide for the public convenience, will not have an adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood and our community? Is that correct?
I agree with that, and the reason I think that is a statement that is in truth, because it'll be providing new modern apartment housing close to public transportation that I think is a betterment to the community.
Is your requested special use compatible with the character of the surrounding area? There are other 1st floor residential units in the area, is that correct?
There are in the 2-block linear review. There are 20 other sites that are currently improved with residential uses on the ground floor.
And is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as light operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions from my expert.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene, so I have a few. How old is the building and how long has it been vacant? Or is it, I'm assuming?
Please state your name.
This is Tim Palmaville. Again, I'm the owner of the building. Based on the tax records, I believe that it's about 40 years old. We only bought it, I think we bought it 2 years ago, and it has been vacant the whole time we've owned it. It was sold to us vacant. It was a doctor's office maybe in the last 10 years, and then they converted it to a daycare. And then I think that business failed, and then it became vacant, and then we bought the building.
Did you ever try to lease it?
It's actually currently available if you'd like to lease it. It's on LoopNet. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the different brokerage sites, but you'll see it on LoopNet. It's available right now. We've also had it on the MLS. We've had almost no interest, and I really think it comes down to parking. So that it's just a really tough block right now because the other neighbors too have side driveways. We've got the gas station to the south of us that has the driveway right there. On our north, that'd be on our south boundary. And then on our exact north boundary, we have the driveway of our neighbor to the north, which is another residential building. And it's a real cut up block because of these driveways. There's not a lot of street parking there. And I think that any commercial user has just kind of looked at that and said, well, I can't have on-site parking because the building is, lot line to lot line on the north and south. So there's no way to get to the backyard. And then there's really nowhere to park on the street. So unless it's just, walking traffic, you don't get much.
And Tim, there is no alley in the rear.
There's no, so the entire block has no alley. I'm not sure why, but this is how that block was designed.
So, sorry, you're saying street parking is not easily available?
It's basically non-existent.
Okay, because what I was ultimately gonna ask you is, since you are building a new building, why not do a mixed-use building?
You know, there's a lot of vacancy there too. I would say, even for the opportunities where you do have a place to park in the back, it's just not, it's not a high demand area, I guess. When we looked at this on that block specifically, I think the two neighbors to the north are full residential buildings like this one. So we have a gas station to the south. We're proposing a full residential building, and then the next two buildings are also like that. And then it's not until you get to maybe the next building, and if you look at the tendency, it's, you know, they're not, it's not like huge retail or anything like that. I think it's maybe a little law firm, like a one or two person practice, and just small types of uses like that. I really feel like it feels more residential to me, and the fact that someone could live at this block and then, you know, literally see the L, walk out the door and get to work. I mean, I think our renters would love this.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? We'll take this under consideration. We've got everything we need, so thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to go to calendar number 403-21-Z on Forestville Avenue. And we should have an objector or two, so I want to make sure everyone is on. Yep, promoting Elliot and Valentina. Great.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, and I think we have, I'm looking for a Mr. Carter.
I just text him. I'm not sure if he'll be able to join at this time, but he might potentially be able to log in as we speak. If that's okay.
Yeah, when I have a Galaxy Note 8, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I allowed them to talk.
Yeah, let's see. Who's on the phone, on the Galaxy phone? If you unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just unmuted myself. William Dodds.
Oh, hi, William. Yes, we need you promoted for sure. Great. Okay. If I understand that Mr. Carter has an attorney on, and our rules require that objectors be here with their attorney.
Oh, but he also representing me. So.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Sorry, everyone. I just want to get everything set before we start. Okay, so I think I'll just clarify. Without Mr. Carter on, we can really only speak to, the attorney can only speak to the objections by Miss Lana. So I would say, if you want to speak to both properties, I would get Mr. Carter on.
Okay, let me try to get it out really quickly. Excuse me.
And just to confirm while we get this sorted, we've got John Pekarsky on, correct? John, I see
He
you.
was on earlier. I can call his phone, let him know you back.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Dodds. He's on. I think, John, you're not muted, but your sound might not be coming through.
Can you now hear and see me?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, with that, I think we get started, and I'll note process before we get started, and let's try to get Mr. Carter on if we can. So first, we'll start with the case in chief put on by the applicant, where we'd like to hear about any conversation that happened in the past month or so. When that is complete, then we will move over to the objectors, and the objectors can state their objection, as well as ask questions of the applicant that relate to their objection to get information out for us to review. Afterwards, we go back to the applicant, and they have a few moments to do rebuttal, and finally to close things out. During this whole proceeding, we will be asking questions as the board. At any time, the board should feel comfortable to ask questions. So with that, Counselor, let's go right ahead.
Okay. A few housekeeping matters. First of all, as we all realize that the board has certain rules that require that anyone participating and anyone seeking to have part of the record, part of their inclusion into the record, have that done by Monday before the hearing. It is my understanding that Mr. Carter never filed an appearance and certainly didn't do so by Monday. So I would move to strike any testimony by Mr. Carter. Secondly, Mr. Wisher filed a letter on October 14th, which was yesterday. Clearly, that was not filed by Monday, so I would move to strike that as well from the record.
Okay, thanks, John. We understand there's been some communication. The objector was here last time anyway. We're going to overrule both and let the objector speak.
Thank you.
Anyway, for this evening, I'm happy to represent William Dodds, who is with me. I see you there, Mr. Dodds. And the property at 4343 South Forestville in Chicago. The property measures 20 frontage feet by a depth of 125 feet. It is located between two coach houses, or two attached dwelling units, or that were previously attached dwelling units, commonly called row houses. The property on each side is improved with a 2 dwelling unit building. The property to the north encroaches at its most severe point by 1.7 feet onto my client's property. The building to the south at its most severe point encroaches by 0.4 feet, which is 4 inches. So that in addition to being an unusually narrow lot, rarely found in the neighborhood. My client's property is also encroached upon by his two neighbors. My client is seeking to develop this property into his home. He has purchased the property and wishes to move he and his family into this property. The architect that has been hired, Angelica Borromeo, has been instructed to tastefully design a single-family dwelling that is contextual with the neighborhood. Now, I would indicate to you there are a few inaccuracies in Mr. Wisher's letter of October 14th. There is currently located at 4329, 4331, 4333, 4335, 4337, 4339, and 4341 dwelling units, row houses on 20-foot lots. The neighborhood, as far as the odd side of the street, which would be the south side of the street, is almost totally improved with row houses on 20-foot lots.
And John, just to cut you off, I know you know this, but we'll need your architect to confirm this testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
And the client as well, who is a builder developer.
Okay, so maybe get it. You could also, get it out in testimony too. Go right ahead. Just streamlining would be good.
Okay. Well, I was just pointing about an inaccuracy in the letter of October 14th. As to the north side of the street, there's an allegation that there's all sorts of new construction, which is totally untrue. There is a couple of rehabs that have been done, and the buildings on that side of the street are 25-foot or 30-foot lots. So with that, I would call as my first witness, Bill William Dobbs. Please state your name, address, and occupation.
Yeah, William Dobbs, 1606 East Woodland Park, Chicago, Illinois, 60616. General contractor is my profession.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dodds, and welcome back. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Thank you.
Now, Bill, it's my understanding that you purchased the subject site. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your intent when you purchased the subject site?
To build a single family dwelling.
And who was going to occupy that single family dwelling?
Myself and my family.
Okay. Now, were you familiar that with the fact that at the time of the closing, there were encroachments both to the north and to the south of on your property?
Yeah, and I had a stipulation in my closing as well as in the offer I made on the property that if this lot wasn't buildable, that I would not be closing. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay. Now, the property measures 20 feet by 125 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it's my understanding that the property to the north encroaches about 1.7 feet onto your property at its most severe location. Is that correct?
I think it's a little more than that. When we measured it, an architect can testify to this as well, from wall to wall, from neighbor to neighbor, it's 18 feet. So he see some kind of way we lost 2 feet, I guess, with hers and his combined. But I thought he had took at least 2 feet, but up to 2 feet.
And that the neighbor to the south, at its most severe location, encroaches about 0.4 feet, or which is about 5 inches or so. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding you retained an architect to draw the proposed single-family dwelling. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were your instructions to the architect concerning the aesthetics of the drawing?
That it stayed with all the architectural designs on that side of the street.
Yeah. Now, you've obviously examined let's talk about the south side of the street. Is it, after examining the south side of the street, is it your testimony that there exists row houses on 20-foot lots at 4329, 4331, 4333, 4335, 4337, 4339, and 4341 South Forestville?
You're correct in except one regard. That's actually the east side of the street, facing the lake. It's on the lake side. So all those addresses, you're correct. They are row houses, but they sit on the east side of the street.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right.
Just so we can get clarity.
Now, what is the proposed use? Of your property?
Personal. I plan on keeping it for myself. I like that block. I purchased on that because I like the look of the block and I like the atmosphere of the neighborhood.
Okay, fine. What'd you pay for the lot?
$56,000 for the lot for the attorney and pending and tax. I'm about at 80, 85
I
right now.
apologize. So sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is the court reporter. If the witness could repeat that answer.
Yeah, Mr. Dodds, you might want to turn off your camera because that might help the reception. It's a little bit broken up.
Bill, there is a court reporter taking down your testimony. However, if she can't understand you, she can't type it. So,
all right, cool. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, significantly.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay. What do you have an opinion as to what the cost of the new house will be?
Around 350 to 400,000 to build a new one.
Okay. Now, this would be how many bedrooms? How many bathrooms?
4 bedroom, 4.5 bath.
Okay. Now, if you were required to build to the requirements of a zoning ordinance, which require a 2-foot setback on each side, would you be able to develop the subject site?
No.
Now, is it true?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just interrupt for a second. And I just want to go back just to a second, Mr. Pekarsky, when Mr. Dodds broke up on the question of what he purchased the property for, and he broke up and the court reporter didn't get that answer. So if you could ask that question and have him answer it again.
Okay, it's my understanding, Bill, that you paid $56,000 for the subject site.
Correct.
Is that fine,
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, if you were required to build to the terms of the zoning ordinance, which would require a 2-foot side yard on each side, would you be able to build a livable dwelling unit?
No.
In addition to the 2-foot side yard, we are faced with encroachments on both sides, which would further reduce the size of the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if the relief that we are seeking is granted, will you be able to construct a single-family home that meets the standards of the marketplace, as well as the zoning ordinance as amended?
Yes.
And what is the estimated cost of the proposed building?
350,000 to 400,000.
Okay. Now, what kind of buildings are on either side of you? What size buildings are they?
You know, I would say anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500 square foot, 2-level single family dwellings.
They're single family dwellings or they're 2 flats?
Single, if I was a guessing man, I would say 80 to 90% single family. But you do have on the opposite side of the street some 3 levels, but on my side of the street, single families.
The 2 adjacent properties, how are they improved? Are those single families or 2 flats?
Single families.
Okay. Now, you have furnished a survey of the subject site of your site. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you were required to build to the zoning code, you would be required to have a 2-foot side yard, and to the north, at its narrowest, another foot, a 1.7 foot encroachment. Is that correct?
Correct.
What would that leave you as far as the interior is concerned?
With erecting walls, I would say 14 feet, but you'll probably lose another 2 feet on either side. I'm already at 18, so minus another 4, you're at 14.
Okay. Now, a 14-foot house, first of all, is non-habitable not in the marketplace, is certainly not capable of obtaining a construction loan, is it?
No.
Would you build such a building, a 14-foot building?
Only if I'm forced to. But no, under normal circumstances, no.
Okay. Could you sell a 14-foot wide building?
No.
Now, in your opinion, would the variations, the side yard variations that we're seeking, in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which it's located?
No.
Well, I have no further questions of Bill.
Okay, questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Does the owner happen to know what may have stood on this lot historically? Just curious.
Yeah, yes, I do. There used to be a row house there. I actually had a letter mailed. I actually forwarded the letter that I received from you guys dated December 15, 2020. where the City of Planning Department of Building stated there used to be a building there. There was a water bill. They had an address and record. They got the PIN number. They said they don't even have a record of the building being demoed, and they said it is a buildable lot. And that's one of the things I did fax over to you guys today. There's a letter that should be in your file that's dated December 15, 2020, stating there used to be a resident row house at that very lot where I'm trying to rebuild a row house.
Thank you.
Now, Bill,
And hold on one second. Other questions from the board? Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
okay, now, Bill, you and I entered into an affidavit, is correct?
Correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Now, I would call any other questions to the client.
Oh, it sounds like we can go to your other witness.
I would call Angelica Borromeo.
Okay, Ms. Borromeo, you're just muted, so let us know when you're on. There we go. Let's see, Ms. Borromeo, can you try to speak for us?
We see you.
Romeo, do you have another switch on your microphone that needs to be turned on? Because you're unmuted in Zoom. Maybe a hard switch on your mic. Can you say something? We might be able to hear you. No. So we cannot hear you.
You know, Ms. Borromeo, if do you mind maybe calling?
This is Jolene Saul. While she's doing that, a question, I guess, for the applicant. The building you're proposing, you're not, even though one or two of the buildings adjacent to you encroach on your property line, you're leaving them as is, right? You're not insisting they get off your property line or anything like that.
Of course not. I want to be the friendly neighbor. When I initially bought this building, before I even closed, and it's in my closing documents that I forwarded to the attorney, I made a stipulation that the lot wasn't buildable, that I wouldn't even close. I was assured by the alderman as well as this office that it was a buildable lot. Now, they didn't say what kind of house I could build, but they said I could build one. And at that point, me and the architect that's waiting to get tuned in decided to go forward with the plans. But even the alderman that posed the same question to me, she said, well, what are you planning on doing about them sitting on your lot? I told her, I hope it don't come to that. I would like to build a house and live in peace. I don't want to be at odds with my neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Borromeo, can you hear us?
I'm gonna call her, John, and see if I can get her on the phone.
Please.
Any other questions for the applicant as we get the architect on? I do think it's important to have her
Yeah.
speaking.
Yeah, she said she's about to tune in, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Dobbs, one question that comes to mind that I have on my list, but we might as well clear up now. I noted that you, and we just need it for our process. I noted you provided a different address when we swore you in today than you did last month. Is the one you provided today, which was in the city, is that a business address, or I know last month it was in the suburbs?
Yeah, I actually own a house in Bellwood at 46 Englewood Avenue, Bellwood, Illinois 60104. The mother of my child and my daughter is actually residing there. I'm actually living in a I got a work loft at 1606 East Woodland Park, Unit 606, that I also, when I'm in the city, I reside there. Then when I'm not in the city, I'm at the house. So I actually have more than one dwelling. The other one is we leasing for the company though, Coast to Coast Construction.
Okay, which is your primary, would you say?
46 Englewood Avenue, Bellwood, Illinois.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Bill, have you been able to reach the architect?
I did. I had her on the phone. She said she was trying to tune in. I'm going to call her again while I got you on the phone. And
I just promoted her to a panelist from some other device.
Do it show that her microphone is muted or something?
Yeah, on one of the devices it's muted. So, Angelica, if you unmute.
Hang on 1 second. She on a speaker. They saying your microphone is muted? Angelica.
I have to use my laptop.
That's her now.
Yeah, you've got to turn off the other device or else we're
I
gonna
just did. That was me.
Got it. We've become far too used to these issues. Okay, let's get back. Ms. Borromeo, please state your name and address.
I'm at 7340 North Mead Avenue.
Okay, and Ms. Borromeo, again, if you have the live stream on a different screen, I see you logged in twice. Turn off the Zoom on the device that wasn't working.
Okay.
Or at least turn off your speakers on that device. So you have to mute speakers on at least one of the devices.
Sorry. Okay, I'm back.
There we go. Okay, will you please state your name and address again?
Okay, my name is Angelica Borromeo. I'm an architect and I'm at 7340 North Mead Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Pardon me?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor, go right ahead.
All right. When Mr. Dobbs called me to look at his property, I did measure the place, and I said we need a survey because the property is listed as 20 feet. And when
Ms.
we measured
Borromeo, it would
less
probably be
than-
easier if I ask questions and you answer.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
all right.
with that, John, I actually like hearing witnesses speak. A lot of the attorneys here, and you're not one of them. I'm not accusing you of anything, but a lot of the attorneys that come in front of us just stick to their script, and it drives me nuts. I like to listen to the witnesses, so just keep that in mind.
Agreed.
Okay, Ms. Borromeo, you were retained to prepare drawings for a single-family home for the property in question. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you instructed that the home that you're preparing would be contextual with the surrounding row houses? Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, can you describe the proposed use?
The proposed use is single family, full basement, first floor and second floor.
Now, it's my understanding, and I believe that's correct, that this property measures 20 by 125. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In order to accomplish a single family home on the subject site, would side yard variations be necessary?
Yes, absolutely.
It's my understanding that we are seeking side yard variations of 2 feet on each side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In addition to the 2-foot side yards that are required by the city, it's my understanding that about 2 more feet are required for the exterior walls and the interior walls. Is that correct?
Yes, we are type 4 construction, and it needs to be non-combustible. And to achieve that, we have to have a thickened wall that will be rated as 3 hours. And that's a requirement by the building, the city code, which is the International Building Code right now.
So that if you take off the 2 feet for side yards and the approximate 2 feet for the exterior and interior walls, what size building would that leave you?
It would leave me, because it's 18 feet right now, or even less than 18 feet, we need 2 feet on each side. So we're gonna have to have 2 and 2, 4, and then 18, so you got 14 feet. And the whole area, if we're gonna do it that way, it will not conform to the architectural appearance to the area. Across the street, there are row houses, and it would look really different, and it will not pass any architectural appearance on that building. It would look so different if we have to set it back 2 feet on each side.
In your opinion, would the proposed, would the 14-foot building that we're talking about be marketable, and would it be, would a person be capable of obtaining a loan on such a building?
It won't be marketable, but it won't be also livable. To have a very skinny building and architectural, in my opinion, if you have a very narrow house, it would not be so livable. You know, you're gonna have tiny bedrooms. There are requirements from the building, from the code, which requires you to have at least 125 feet per person. And if you're gonna have to have 7 feet by 6 feet bedroom, that won't qualify and that won't pass the building department. Let me iterate that the building department already approved architecture, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. The only thing we're waiting for is the zoning board of appeals approval. So in this case, life and safety issues was taken into consideration by the building department. So they approve it right then and there because they feel that it's going to be good for the area.
Ma'am, it's my understanding that I think you testified that the building, if it was required to have 2-foot side yards plus another 2 feet for the exterior walls, would not be able to pass the building codes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, it's my understanding that on our side of the street, at 4329, 31, 33, 35, 37, 39, and 41, each of those buildings are on lots of 20-foot wide and have no side yards. In other words, they're row houses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions of Mrs. Bormeo.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay, so let's turn over to the objectors. And again, our process is the applicant's given the case in chief. So the objectors now have the opportunity to do any cross questioning of the applicant, as well as putting on their own case and telling us where they object. Again, after that, the applicant will be able to rebut. So with that, I know that there is counsel present for the objectors. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Wisser, and you can lead as you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks for staying so late. In the meantime,
for us.
In the meantime, I would like just for the record to let you know that Mr. Carter is now on the phone. So to let you know that, and also just to inquire, Mr. Pekarsky did mention we submitted a letter in support of the objection. I was wondering if you had that, or
yep, we have the letter. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I don't have to reiterate what's in that. I would like to ask Ms. Borromeo some questions, if appropriate.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Borromeo. My name is Elliot Wixer. I represent the neighbors to the north and south, and I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like you to explain to me the request for variation, if you can. You're seeking a side yard variation on each of the north and south sides of the subject property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the lot dimensions are 20 feet wide and 125 feet deep. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the dimensions of the front of the building structure is proposed in your plans? How long does it run on the front elevation?
From the front elevation, I gotta look at the drawings. Hold on. It's less than 20, it's about 25 feet.
Well, I was looking at one of the dimensions, and it looks like, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth or change the way your plans look. It looks like it's about 18.5 feet of building on this lot.
What we did was, when we did that, we measured also the area that is encroaching on his property, and that's why it is measured that way.
So let me ask you this, the actual building envelope of the property that is, going to be built on the subject property, what is the length of the total distance of the, the total distance that it runs on the front elevation?
The length here that says in the floor plan is 55 feet is the length.
Well, the front elevation from north to south is 55 feet?
No. Are you talking about the length? You're talking about the length or the height?
Not the height, the front of the house running north to south. What is that distance?
That is 18 feet.
Is it 18 feet or 18 and a half feet?
18 and a half feet, sorry.
Okay.
Because
So-
we measured part of his property.
Understood.
So
So,
we do, that part of the property is already thick enough. So on that side, we're not gonna put up the very thickened wall because that already belongs to his lot.
well,
You see
help me,
what I mean?
well, help me understand. Yeah, help me understand something. If you have a foot and a half, I think it was Mr. Pekarsky pointed out that on the north property, there's an encroachment of 1.7 feet. Remember that testimony?
Yes,
And then on the south property, there's a encroachment of 0.4 feet, right? Of almost a half a foot, right?
right.
And so those combination of two take up 2.1 feet on the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes,
But you're asking for 4 feet of a variation, even though 2 feet are already taken by these encroachments. Do you understand what I'm pointing out?
it's just semantics, actually.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you're saying? It's
Well,
the 2 feet?
let me try to summarize it this way. You have 18.5 feet of building space running the north-south distance or the north-south direction, the front yard. The front of the house is 18 and a half feet, but you have 2.1 feet that are being already taken up by the encroachments on a 20-foot lot. The math doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Well, it does make sense to me because remember, on that side wall, it's gonna be thinner, not thicker than the other side, which is 4 inches. I see what you mean. What we're trying to do here to make sure that we allow the examiner to see that we're using part of that party wall as part of the building.
Do you intend to, the subject property, do you intend to, physically, this building will physically touch the other 2 structures to the north and south?
To the north and the south, we're setting it back 4 inches.
So it'll be an additional setback of 4 inches. Is that included in your 18 and a half feet dimension, or it's not included?
It is included.
Okay, so if it's 18 and a half feet, then you actually, I'm still trying to understand the variation request. You can't have a 4-foot variation request when you don't have enough room on the property for that, right? The variation request has to be less than that, doesn't it?
Okay. Probably the variation will be less than that. But if you look at the survey clearly shows you that their property is encroaching on Mr. Dobbs' property. And that's very clear on the survey. So that is not a problem in terms of Mr. Dobbs. He said, well, if it's encroaching on his property, he has no objection. What is objectionable on this is the party wall belongs entirely on his property, not on the north side of the property. If you look at that
Do you
survey.
know how long the building's been vacant? I'm sorry, the.
I have no idea how long it was vacant, but I did my conscientious research on this property. I called the zoning department. When he first called me, Mr. Dobbs, I said, I have to check with the zoning department and see what is, if this lot is buildable. And I did. And we did have a letter from the zoning department that says there was a 2-flat before. And that's where Mr. Dobbs agreed and bought the property and see that this property is buildable. And that's what we are trying to do. Make this lot usable, better for the area.
Okay, thank you. So you called the zoning department, you checked zoning.
I did not call the zoning department. I emailed them. They gave me a letter that says that
Ms. Romeo, if you just let me ask my questions, it will go a lot faster. So let me just ask, and if you can answer, that would be just fantastic. The hour is late. Let's just get on with it. But my question is this, is that you called or emailed the city of Chicago, inquired about the zoning on this property and whether the property was buildable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did so before Mr. Dobbs closed on the property. Is that your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew at the time,
pardon me?
You knew at the time when you called the city of Chicago before Mr. Dobbs closed, you knew you'd probably need some zoning relief. Is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't go in for that zoning relief when you were under contract. You waited till Mr. Dobbs closed, and now you're coming in and asking for that relief. Is that right?
No, that's incorrect.
So
I told Mr. Dobbs that
you actually came in for zoning relief before the contract was signed?
No, that's not true.
But zoning relief before or after closing?
What are you trying to say? I don't understand your question. I already answered you.
The application for zoning relief, was that filed before or after the closing on this property?
You cannot file, as you know, you cannot file a zoning change or a zoning adjustment if you have not put the drawings, all complete drawings, to the building department and the zoning department.
That's a
You don't put the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart. So I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't understand it.
It's a very simple yes or no question. So listen very carefully. Did Mr. Dobbs file an application for zoning relief before he closed on the property? Yes or no? If you know, you may not know.
That's a wrong question. You cannot file a zoning adjustment without drawings. Come on,
Okay,
that's
so
not a right
Mr.
question.
Whistler, maybe in the interest of time, just make your point and see if it's disagreed with. We don't need to do the whole leading question thing.
Okay.
The answer is that the zoning relief was sought after the closing.
Okay. That is all I have for Ms. Baromeo, and I would like to just ask one question of the applicant, if possible.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Dobbs, Mr. Dobbs, this is Elliot Wickser. I'm just going to ask you just a couple questions. The row houses in the area, how many are new construction, if you know?
Well, I know the one directly next door to 4341 is under construction. All those buildings are pre-1942. So when you say new construction, do you mean had they been recently remodeled or? But
No,
there's a lot of.
Yeah, no, you answered the question. They're all 1942 or pre-1942. And again, same question for Ms. Baromeo that I asked her. You filed the application for zoning after the contract. I think your attorney confirmed that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'd like to interject. it's kind of hard to file for something that if you don't own it and if you haven't closed on the property, why would you be asking for a variance on a property that you don't even own?
Okay.
That's where you was tripping her up at. She trying to figure out how can you don't have drawings because you haven't purchased the lot. So if you don't have drawings, who are you petitioning for? What for somebody else's property? So it's kind of catch-22. So to answer your question, no, it doesn't make sense to file for a variation for a lot that I don't own.
And for this lot itself, if you didn't get the zoning relief, you're a builder, correct?
Correct.
You could build something on it. It's just not something to your liking. Is that a fact?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing else. I would like to make a couple of comments if possible, very quickly.
Yeah, ahead of, I mean, we'd like to hear, is this your case in chief on your objection?
Yes.
So let's go. Are you going to put your clients on?
I don't think it's necessary. I think the record is the record, and I just like to make some points.
Yeah. Yep, then go ahead. Then yeah, Mr. Whistler, you can treat this as we always give room for closing type comments. So go right ahead.
So, I think a couple of things I'd like to point out. I'm, very confused about what relief is being sought, not because I don't understand what relief is being sought, but because the plans don't seem to make sense to me. And I think if we're going to grant relief on any zoning board, I think we should know what relief we're granting. And it seems very unclear to me how you're going to grant 4 feet when the building itself is 18.5 feet, and you have 2.1 feet of encroachments. I don't understand what's being attempted to be built here, number one. Number two, I hear a lot of questions about party walls, and there's no agreement for party wall rights here. And I can tell you, representing Mr. Carter and Dr. Lana, I can tell you that these are not, there's no agreement for party wall rights here. So, there's no agreement that it touches, that we allow for that to happen. So that may have been answered, that it's 4 inches in between both homes. But then again, if that's the case, the map on the plans is submitted, which should tie out to the relief that's being sought here, don't seem to match what's actually being, sought. Second, I think the golden rule, again, my opinion, and you all have been doing this a long time, and so have I. But if when someone says they can't get zoning relief before they buy the property, that's totally untrue. You can be a contract purchaser and come in and subject to, in your contract, say, I'm not buying this unless I get zoning relief. You get the relief, you close. You don't get the relief, you get out of the contract. It's very common practice. So, the applicant here had every right to go in and do that, to try to get this relief before he bought this property, and he did not. And these are very old homes on the north side and the south side. The lot is very old homes. And these particular objectors, they have also the right to rely on what they see, their investigation, and the zoning in the area at the time. And right now, I think that Mr., without this relief, he basically bought what he bought. But it may not be buildable to his liking, but his testimony said it is buildable. And the hardship was really created, and with all due respect, by by the lack of due diligence when he was buying this property. And now the ones who have to step up and pay for that, if the relief is granted, is Mr. Carter and Dr. Lana, which isn't the way it works. It's backwards. It's the other way around, that the burden should fall on the applicant, and it is generally the applicant's duty to do this type of investigation. The applicant created this hardship, and all the homes in this area are not row house new construction. It's very old by the applicant's testimony himself. So, I think to build, I'm sorry to beat the dead horse. I'm not even sure what they're attempting to build here, but I can tell you that, I don't know how they're going to do it based on the dimensions of this particular building. It just doesn't match up. It's 18.5 feet. We have 1.7. So they'd have to build over one property, and then we have the almost half foot on the other side. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I think my letter speaks for itself. You can look at the surveys. You can look at the pictures. I don't know
Again, I think the hardship was created by this particular applicant. It's not a great situation for him, and I'm sorry that it happened to him. But when it comes to who's going to bear the burden of, what this is going to look like next to someone else's property, it has to fall on the applicant and not on the objector. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Counselor.
Can I say something?
No, not yet, Angelica. Sorry. We're going to stick to the process. So don't worry, it's going back to the applicant, but I want to keep this in order. So with that, Councilor Pekarsky, I know you know the routine here. I'm going to go back to you and you're able to give rebuttal. And we'll ask questions because I think the board will have some questions, and then you can close out.
Correct. I would just like to indicate to you that mercifully, we are governed by a constitution here in the United States, which requires the equal protection of the law. If everybody on the block has a 20-foot building or a 25-foot building on a 25-foot lot, and we are the missing tooth, we ought to be able to assume that a variation of some nature would be granted so as to be able to build a roughly 25-foot building on a 25-foot lot. The drawings that council has made is concerned about can be altered, and they are not the drawings that have been submitted for permits. So that is pure vapor. Finally, the opposition has indicated that Mr. Dobbs could not build a building to his liking. No, it's not a building to his liking. It's a building that is, number one, capable of passing codes and ordinances. Number two, being financed. Number three, being livable. These are the criteria that would be it would be impossible to overcome if we were required to have 2-foot side yards, 2-foot walls on each side, and then build whatever you can build. It's not something that it's to his liking. It's something that's incapable of being financed and being built. With that, I'll rest.
Okay. Questions.
Can I say something?
Counselor, I'll leave that up to you. It's your witness.
No, we've rested.
I have a rebuttal here. Okay.
Okay, I think we're gonna get it, Angelica. Angelica, I understand we're gonna get it. It's not to our process, so please just make it quick because I want to let the board answer.
Okay, I'm making it very quick.
Sure.
All right. When we file this variance, we follow whatever it was written in the official denial of zoning certification, and it clearly says 2 feet by 2 feet. It doesn't matter what it is he wanted. We wanted to comply whatever denial letter the zoning has. So it's irrelevant whether we're putting 18'6" and whatever. We follow what is in the denial letter. I don't know if you have the copy or any of the zoning board has a copy of this, but it's clear in the denial letter. It says 2 feet and total of 4 feet. And that's exactly what we did.
Okay, yep, point
Thank
totally
you.
taken. Yeah, thank you. Questions from the board?
This is Jolene. So I have a couple. The first, if DPD could actually answer, that would be my preference on the this issue of the 0 setback. Do the do the encroachments of the neighboring properties factor into the setback calculation?
And we've got Nancy Radzovich on. Nancy, are you still on? Because I believe we lost Steve Valenziano.
I apologize. What was the question? And I will tell you, I'm not familiar with this project, but I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah, I was asking if the encroachments of the neighboring property count towards the setback calculations.
Okay. I'm not familiar with how I haven't looked at the zoning denial for this, but I will tell you that typically from my experience, the way that setbacks are calculated is based on the property lines. So what you're going to do is your requirements are based on your actual property lines. I'm going to qualify this again to say that, I'm not familiar with this particular project.
No worries. And Nancy, we're going to get Steve Valenziano on pretty quick.
Okay, thank you.
Hanging out right in the.
Great.
My guess is that's what it is. I was just trying to settle this question that's been going back and forth.
Thank
so
you.
Yeah. Settle.
Thank you.
And I guess while we wait for Steve to hop on, I guess I'll direct this to the opposition's attorney. But were the neighboring properties aware when they bought their properties that they were encroaching on Mr. Dodd's property line?
I'm gonna answer it twofold. The first answer is, yes, it should be per survey and on the title commitment and then the title policy. But I'll say this, that it raises a whole nother legal issue, right? Like adverse possession, who is the real owner of that encroachment now? And that certainly we're not going to adjudicate that tonight, but it could be possible, right? That, I think most of us, have experience in this. And if it's been open and obvious for a certain period of time, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, it is quite possible that Dr. Lana and Mr. Carter own that encroachment. So I think that that's something that the board should take into consideration. We don't know. And so we don't know how that would all play out,
But they were aware, just to.
Oh, they were
my
aware.
question. Sorry, just you asked for brevity, so I'll do the same.
I'm sorry. Lawyers don't know that word.
Okay, thank you.
Lawyers do. I believe that we have Steve Valenziano on. Steve, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. You haven't been sworn in today, so I'm going to get you sworn in. Will you state your name, please, and your role?
Steve Valenziano, with the Department of Planning and Development, Assistant Zoning Administrator.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. And Jolene, do you want to go ahead and phrase the question?
Sure. Do the encroachments of the neighboring properties count towards the setback calculation?
No, they're measured from the property lines.
But if the neighboring properties are encroaching on the subject property's property line, do those buildings then count towards the setback calculation?
No, we still take the setback from the property line. If they were building and they had an encroachment on the neighbor's property, we would ask them to get an easement for any encroachments onto the neighboring property. But we measure.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, I was just going to say, but we take our setback measurements from the property line and do not take the encroachment into account unless it's something severe.
So then I guess I'll ask then how is it a zero setback if the building is not on the proposed building is not on the property line, if I'm understanding?
Well, maybe I'm not understanding what the request is. I'm trying to look at the drawing that's on. I'm sorry, I'm at home now with my phone, so it's hard to see.
No worries. I was just trying to we had seemed to be going in circles on that, so I was trying to, so everyone could understand it. Get you all to get DPD to weigh in on the request, the variation request.
Yep.
Okay.
Because yes, I mean, Steve, you know this part, but basically the setbacks on this are 2 to 0 and 4 to 0.
Well, and I guess
trying
what
to
I'm,
confirm Jolene's question.
I guess what I'm, I don't see a setback on the drawing. A measurement.
And the drawings that are presented are not necessarily the drawings that are going to be the final submission either.
Yeah, and I don't know, Ms. Borromeo, do you have any input on this part regarding the drawings?
Okay, we're going to have to remeasure with a surveyor because what happened was that the other side is also encroaching on their property. So both sides of the property is being encroached upon. What I'm trying to say is per code, party walls are never owned, wherever it encroaches on the party wall, the owner of that wall is the correct owner, who is Mr. Dobbs, since it's already encroaching on his property.
Did you say, sorry, this is, sorry, Jolene Fall again, and this is for the architect. Did you say that the proposed property is set back on each side 4 inches from the existing building, or did I mishear?
No,
okay.
Per zoning examiner, when he gave me the correction or the denial letter, he said that they're measuring it, the property is 20 feet. So per code for RT4, they need to be 2 feet on each side. And that's what we are going to ask for, is the 2 feet setback on each side as a variance.
So yeah, I guess, oh, yeah.
This is Steve Valenziano again. I see this as a 20-foot wide lot. I don't see the setbacks. I don't see a 2-foot setback on each side. And if it met the 2-foot setback, then they wouldn't need the variation. But I'm looking at this and it looks like it might be 1.5 feet if that's the width of the new building, 18'6". But I don't know if there's any other areas that encroach into that that side setback. I can't, I'd have to have the plans in front of me to see it. And I can't make it out on this plan.
These are all row houses. There are 9 row houses on this block.
Yeah, I get that. Either I misheard something or now like what we're voting on isn't clear. So I'm just gonna, yeah, I don't know. If the other board members are clear though, then that's great.
Any questions from the other questions from the board on this topic? Like, it's of course open. Okay, with that, Counselor, had you done your closing?
I do want to speak. I don't know if I need to wait till he close or after he close.
You kind of already closed, so we're just doing board questions now, Counselor. So I'll leave that to you. If you want to do another brief closing on this point and call your witness,
Mr.
or
Chairman, could I ask a
yep,
question?
go right ahead. Yep.
Trying to figure out, is this proposed building going to connect on both sides? Is it going to be party walls on both sides?
Would you like me or the architect to answer it?
For the architect.
The walls would have independent walls of each other. We're not suggesting that these are party walls. We will have our own north and south walls.
Right. Is there going to be any gap in between the two
No.
adjacent properties?
No.
Okay.
The one on the south side only touches, I'm gonna let the architect say the exact feet. I'm thinking 4 to 6 feet. Then the rest of the house, there is a gap. So both houses can get sunlight. I think the architect is more qualified to answer that question.
Yeah, I think we've got to clear this up. So if the architect could please answer that question, because I think we've heard a little bit of a mix.
Okay. What happened was that if you look at the outline of the building on the other side, it's not a straight line. So what we did was when I designed it, the city required, or the building department required, that you should have a window well, which this property has. It has window wells on this angled area. If you look at this angle right there, because they did that when there was a building there before. It looks very clearly that they use that as their window well. And we, as the William Dobbs, want to also avail to that. But what we did is to put a window on that side. We set it back 3 feet. If you see the jag, about the straight line in here, in there, you're required to have natural light and vent. And in that case, we did set it back 3 feet on that side. We did not, we use a little bit of window there on the bedroom, but it's a blank wall on that side. There are no windows on the north side, the north facing, of south facing, I'm sorry. And if you look at that area there, there's another window going to the front of the south building. And we tried to make sure that we won't be encroaching on that. So we put our wall a little bit out, a little bit in 4 inches.
And may I ask, are there other buildings on this block that are constructed in a similar manner, all without gaps in between them from the main facade?
I see on the other side, I was taking pictures. Maybe I can send it to whoever wants to see. I can give you pictures of new construction around the area.
I'm not asking about new construction. Are there row houses on this block that are contiguous in the manner you just described?
New construction, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and sorry if this is repetitive. And I'm just trying to understand, like, in the most layman of terms, and this question can go to the architect. What I'm hearing is one wall is totally touching the house next to it. The other wall has 4 inches, a 4-inch gap. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason for that, because it's not a straight line and it's harder to build when it's not a straight line. We're gonna have footings in there too, and it's gonna be an L-shaped footing. So it won't impede on the next door neighbors. And we're very familiar of how they construct these row houses.
Great. Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I'm sorry, Jolene again. So the side where there is a gap, someone explain to me why there is a 0 setback.
I'd like to say that in the front of the house, it touches on both sides.
Excuse me, may I speak as well then, if allowed? This is Dr. Lana.
Oh, so sorry, Ms. Lana, we are totally done with objector testimony. We've got to stick to process.
Okay.
At this point. We're really just closing out this one issue. We're trying to get this clarification.
I'm sorry, this is Steve Valenziano again. Can I ask a question, I guess maybe of the architect? On the existing buildings, is there a portion of the existing or the old party walls from the building that used to sit on this lot? Because many times when you do demolish a row house, they can't remove that wall. So that wall really would still belong to this site. I believe that there's, you know, like you'll look at it and there'll be like a piece that sticks out from their wall. Like on the right hand side there, you can see there's portions of that wall that they just parged over, it looks like. And then as you can see on the building on the left, there's like a little extra course of bricks where the railing kind of comes up to the stairs, and you know, just to the right of that, you can see in this photo we're looking at. So that wall, those walls, many times, oftentimes, and I think in this case, really are part of the subject property, and they are at a 0. And those were old party walls. Now, if you're going to build up against those, it's kind of like you're going to have a double wall on your property. So those walls that are existing on this property are at 0.
Thanks, Steve. That was my original question. If the neighboring both encroach on the subject property, would that count towards the
right?
setback?
But in this case, I believe that those walls are not actually part of that building. They are part of the old building that used to sit on this lot. Because like I said, when they demolish these old row houses, many times they can't remove that wall without doing damage to the wall on the other side of that party wall.
So you're saying, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So the party walls, I mean, a party wall is 2 walls that abut each other in this case.
So in a way, you're saying Mr. Dodds owns the lot and part of those party walls, like that's what is on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Other questions from the board? Okay, I think we're good on this one, and we've given a whole lot of closing time. So we'll take this under consideration, and I appreciate everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Great. I hope the board did not forget, we have one more matter to circle back to. So let's go to its calendar number 431-21-Z on Kilpatrick. And Ms. Castro, let us know when you're present.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Okay, let's get going.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, for accommodating us, allowing the architect to arrive at his destination. My name is Jimena Castro, for the record. I am an attorney at Acosta Esgar, and I'm sorry for the brightness. It's dark, so I have my influencer ring light, so you guys can see me. Okay, so I am the attorney for the matter before you today. With me present is Angelica Monroy, who is an owner of the property, and with me as well is Jose Espejo, who is a project architect. Angelica, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Angelica, you might be on mute. And are you the Galaxy that has their hand raised? No, let's.
That might be Jose.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure they're both promoted.
Jose is in as panelist, but the other Galaxy Note has to unmute themselves.
Great, yep. I think we've got Angelica. Is your audio working, Angelica?
It should be working now.
Yes, totally is.
Great.
Can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Angelica Monroy, and my residing address is 2113 Portsmouth Avenue in Westchester, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And like I mentioned, with us as well is Jose Espejo, who is a project architect. Jose, can you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Jose Espejo. I am with Studio ARQ at 329 West 18th Street in Chicago, Illinois, 60616.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thanks.
So in order to make this brief for all of us, we are here before you today to seek a north and south side setback reduction for an existing addition that existed before the owner's parents purchased the property back in the mid-90s. What happened was an inspector came on site, saw the addition, and no permits were able to be found for the addition. My client was cited. She is in building court trying to fix this issue. There is no new construction, no new additions. The addition will remain. This is simply to correct the fact that we cannot find any permits for the addition.
Okay, great. Counselor, do you want to get your
Yes.
get your witnesses on? Sorry.
Yes. Angelica, hi. Angelica, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was provided to the board?
Yes, we would.
Thank you. And the same thing for you, Jose. If you were to give testimony today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was provided to the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? All right, it looks like we have what we need here. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for your time and for being on this late. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good week.
Thank you.
You too. Okay, thank you, everyone. I believe we covered everything. Let me take one last look because we jumped around a bit. Yep. I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to sections 2C4 and 2C21 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of, number one, considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session, and number two, conducting its and in order to conduct our mandatory 6-month review of closed session minutes. For those reviewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Great, I'm a yes. We are closed. Okay, everybody, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito. Oh, sorry, Zurich, I didn't hear you. Okay, great. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. First, I'd like to report that in closed session, we determined that our written closed session minutes do not require confidentiality and are available for public inspection. We will therefore be approving our written closed session minutes next month, and they will be available to the public after their approval. However, the verbatim recordings of closed session do still require confidential treatment. Second, we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. Okay, first, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me earlier in this session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. We had no dismissals. To the extent applicable, I move to approve all dismissals on the board's own motion. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. All right, give me the calendar. I move to approve application for calendar number 412-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 413-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 415-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 416-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 417-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 419-21-Z and 420-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, or approve. I move to approve application for calendar number 421-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 422-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 423-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 424-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 425-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 426-21-S and 427-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 428-21-Z, 429-21-Z, and 430-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 431-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 433-21-S, 434-21-S, and 435-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 436-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 439-21-Z. Commissioner Toya, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 440-21-Z and 441-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 442-21-Z and 443-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 445-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
No.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, or sorry, I vote no, but the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 447-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 448-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 449-21-Z and 450-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote yes, the matter is denied. I move to approve application for calendar number 451-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 452-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Yes. Oh, this one.
one more time, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Great. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. And sorry, are we on 341 or 403?
341.
Great.
41.
Too happy with my striking off. I move to approve application for calendar number 341-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 403-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay, I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 328-21-C, 329-21-C, 333-21-S, and 334-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board September 17th, 2021 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 398-21-Z, 399-21-C, 404-21-C, 405-21-Z, 406-21-Z, and 246-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move that we adjourn this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. Everyone have a great October. Let's go Chicago Sky tonight, and we'll see everyone in a month. Thank you.